connection. Okay, we're good again. Yep.
It's a pretty small situation.
Warlock things.
Just got to Eldritch Blast this spider.
Oh no, there goes my wall.
It's fine, just added ventilation.
Cool. Carry on.
You guys get the drinks in. It's not a particularly fine vintage, but it's kind of hearty enough to hit the spot.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was quite the few days we've had. We've got certainly plenty to be doing now. We'll just to the map. And sort of looks at the scroll in his hand and
We should maybe
doesn't
find
really.
out what that's about, but it looks like we're going to be pretty busy for a while.
Yes. To hell with it. I'll open the scroll.
So, Rulin, as you kind of break the seal and kind of open this scroll out, you can see within is a fairly spidery and quite kind of decorative handwriting. It's quite a short and simple message. It just says, "I have something of yours. Come and see me. We can work something out."
You lost anything, Roland?
I don't believe so, but Titus is off on his own. That's always something to be concerned about.
That's true. Hopefully it's not Titus she's got.
Well, we'll see, I suppose. The lady is probably not one to be kept waiting, so we should make our business to go see her as quickly as possible, I think.
So, you figure it's probably a little bit late for house calls at the moment, but
Okay.
first thing next morning,
First thing.
probably the nearest you'd be able to go and see.
Will you all be accompanying me this time? Maybe easier to face her with some backup.
Last time you went alone? Sure,
It wasn't really an option.
we'll go with you. Triss quickly glances around to make sure that everyone else is actually on board, seeing as though she's just waiting for everyone.
Torik's trying to make sense of the soup menu.
Yes, Torek, should we say the variety is somewhat underwhelming here. Once again, the promise of carrot and coriander has slipped away from you on kind of discovery that the only soup here is in fact minestrone.
Oh my goodness. That's no good at all. Yeah. I'd like to imagine Torik just lays down the menu and kind of tosses his spectacles on top of it in a disappointed then kind of looks up oh wait, we're talking.
Yeah. Putting aside his inner thoughts of whether minestrone is technically a soup or a broth, Torek returns to the table.
And whether you eat or drink it.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Menu causing you some issues there, hey Torek?
This place does not have the dietary variation that I am accustomed to, sadly.
Oh, a shame.
There isn't much variation to your desires. It seems to be pretty plain and simple.
Fairly consistent, yeah.
What can I say? I'm a nostalgic gnome.
I can't wait for him to one day get carrot and coriander soup and then suddenly realise, oh no, it was actually this isn't what I was thinking of at all. It must have been something
Actually,
else.
no. That, funnily enough, did happen. But he's like, yes, coriander soup. Do you have any garlic bread? It's like, no, we don't have any garlic bread. Oh, it's ruined.
Or just like one day, Tarek just finds his various experiments have just caused him to develop a massive allergy to a whole range of things, including coriander.
Oh no, that would be a
Sense of
disaster.
taste completely.
Yes, so yeah, the soup isn't quite there for you, Tarek.
Disappointing. Oh well. You were saying about wanting to go somewhere or the other? Yeah, sure, I'll come. Better bring a book. Last time we had to sit outside.
I'm sure I can get you in this time.
Mm. I don't know if she likes you or not, if I'm honest.
I don't think either. More likely she sees some use in me against my family, but we'll see.
For those
I
of
was-
us who were not here the last time you had to speak to her, what exactly happened?
Well, I had to make a bargain to, in order to free Titus's tribesmen from the arena, from the Colosseum.
Oh, is that what we walked in on? The end of.
Yeah.
Right.
So, in order to do that, Lady Cyrene is a political rival of Ruland's family.
Ooh.
So Ruland had to reveal his identity and sell some information to
Little
Lady
bit
Cyrene.
difficult situation. Okay, we'll definitely go with you. Do you think she'll be willing to speak to all of us this time?
Don't see any reason why not. I mean, you all know pretty much everything at this point. There's no secrets between us. Well, on my behalf.
Fair enough. Okay. Yeah. Super. Tomorrow, first port of call. We'll go with you.
Okay.
Okay. So, if that's all decided and nobody wants to do anything else, then everybody take yourselves a nice long rest in this warm, comfortable tavern.
Precious long rest.
Don't get used to it.
Blessed long rest. How many hit die does one recover upon a long rest?
Half of your maximum, not half of the dice.
I was about to say.
Yes, you'll have to think about maybe rationing those in the
Does
future.
anyone know the keyboard command for Zoom?
Not off the top of my head, sorry. Right.
I've only just sort of look at the long rest
It's
as
not
well.
okay by
It's
default.
the alt, isn't it?
If,
Yeah, sorry.
so if the rest is interrupted by a period of strenuous activity, at least 1 hour of walking, fighting, casting spells, or similar adventuring, the characters must begin the rest again. So you can actually do things during a long rest. Like you can actually, I guess, walking around the town would count as a long rest. I don't know. That doesn't make sense.
I think, it's kind of like campfire activities and stuff that isn't particularly strenuous or demanding.
I guess, yeah, like hunting a couple of animals or something.
Yeah, or like, patching up bits of equipment or, other small things like that. It's not just like 8 hours of solid sleep.
Yeah.
But so you guys, you get your long rest. Bed's very comfortable. Nice to be in the warm and the dry. But yeah, you wake up the next morning nice and early. Managed to get a bit of breakfast in. And so, Rulen, you kind of obviously know the way to Lady Cyrene's palace. So once you guys have finished up your eating, you make your way over there. And as you approach the gates, you see a couple of the guards again on duty. One of whom you recognise as the guy who was there the first time round, and he seems to recognise you. Lady Cyrene's been expecting you. He kind of gestures for his body to open the gates, which he does, and he stands aside. I wouldn't like to keep her waiting if I were you.
Nope, wouldn't keep the lady waiting.
So this gateway opens up into again these very, very beautiful and well maintained gardens. Although you can see that the beds now are starting to have a few puddles in them. The rain has obviously kind of saturated the soil at this point. So as you guys make your way through, you try not to get too lost, but Ruling guides you up to the kind of front portico of the house. Where again, a few more guards and a butler are waiting. As you get nearer, Ruling, the butler nods to you again. He clearly remembers you. It wasn't too long ago that you were last here. Lord Vanan, I hope I find you in good health. The lady has instructed me to direct you to the audience chamber at your earliest convenience.
Yes. And please, just Ruling is fine. You can drop the Lord bit.
Very well, sir. Please, follow me. So once again, you're led through this very, very wealthy entrance hall towards Lady Cyrene's audience chamber. As you draw near, the butler bids for you to halt and gives the large doors a loud, solid rap with his knuckles. After a moment, you hear, "Enter!" And the doors are pulled open for you by two guards who seem to be on the interior of the room. So the rest of you, of course, this is the first time you've been in this house. It's similar to a few of the houses you've been in before. The kind of the aristocratic tendencies in the Empire aren't too dissimilar from up in Parfunas, although it seems that the wealth here is significantly more than, say, Baron von Weiler's mansion. We're talking like, proper marble sculptures, various alcoves, paintings that clearly took a great deal of time and effort to complete, without really having the same upbringing as Rulen. This has a bit more of an effect for you guys. Triss, obviously, this is a stark contrast to the conditions you grew up in. But yeah, you guys make your way in, and sitting on her little self-styled throne, is again a very stern-looking woman. Lord Vanan and company. Pleasure to have you here.
Pleasure to see you again, my lady.
I must say, I was very impressed at what I saw in the arena. It seems that you're not all bluster after all.
Well, when needs must.
Yes, quite.
I'm going to
And,
smile hard. I think Torek is very proud of the way he did in the arena.
mhm. So, Tarek, you kind of had a bit of an ordeal in that arena, so you're quite proud of yourself for getting out of it relatively unscathed. She continues, well, as it so happens, needs must again. It seems that one of your companions has been stirring up a little bit of trouble here in my lovely city.
Hmm.
Now, I'm told by Lord Arcturus that he feared for his life when these two appeared at his gates, and it was only the timely intervention of my city guards that stopped the matter escalating. Now, he's he's an insufferable fool, Lord Arcturus, but if one thing, he is very obedient. And as it so happens, I might just be willing to have him drop those charges, should a little quid pro quo occur.
And where is my companion?
In the jails with the rest of the lawbreakers and miscreants.
There is more than one of them.
Yes, the pair of Goliaths have really caused quite a scene.
Oh dear.
So, how is it then that you might be persuaded to convince Lord Arcturus to drop these charges?
Well, as it so happens, I have a little matter that I need addressing. One that I'd like to keep fairly off the books, shall we say.
Of course.
A village that is under my protection has not been sending me their tithes, and I need somebody to go and do a little bit of persuading for me. Obviously, I can't send the guard. That would be unbecoming.
How so? Villages not paying their taxes, would it not be the business of your guard to go and see to it?
I can see why you might think that, coming from House Manan, but no, here we try to do things a little more tactfully.
Mm-hmm. Tactfully. That's why you hire on a group of slayers to do the business for you.
Yes, you're catching on quite quickly. We, well, plausible deniability is a wonderful thing.
Where is this village?
Oh, it's not far. It's, well, I think for a talented group like you, only a few days' ride to the north of here.
Mm-hmm.
So she would kind of point out this location to you, and, you know, on the map it does look like it shouldn't be too big an issue for you to get a real unusual terrain or anything in the way. It's just a fairly straightforward stretch of road for most of the way before the wilds kind of close in. It becomes more of a track to this village marked on the map.
Mm-hmm. So, perhaps you could explain why it is exactly this village has suddenly decided to stop paying?
Well, that's just it. I'm not entirely privy to their decision-making process, but I need somebody to go and convince them that it's a bad one.
And what kind of village is this? What is their export?
Though it's agricultural mostly, it's not a large place. But I couldn't have ideas like this spreading.
No. Well, We could visit this village and try to persuade them, but there will be no bloodshed, no death, no beatings, none of that sort.
Well, we shall see.
So what exactly do they owe you?
Well, the village for this last few months, she kind of reaches for a fairly well-worn book that she's kept at a little table to the side of her throne. She flicks through a few pages. Let me see. This village, for the last 2 weeks, they owe me 873 pieces of gold. And that's gold that I will be having, one way or the other.
Of course. And the name of this village?
Wibblington.
Triss is going to quickly tune into Radio Rulin, not really wanting to interrupt the conversation properly, but she's going to ask, maybe to ask her if she's expecting hostility once we get there.
Have you ever had any trouble with this village in the past?
A few naysayers here and there. The usual. Mostly not something to worry about. Not many take them seriously, but it's one thing I've learned. If you spot the shoots of insurrection, it's best to nip them in the bud.
And any,
a matter that your father seems to have taken to heart.
Yes, well, the less said, the better. The leader of this village, a name, perhaps, or someone we could approach?
I imagine the alderman has something to do with all of this. Not much gets done in the village without their knowledge. I forget his name, peasant that he is. But he should be the one with the, should we say, the least rundown of the shacks.
Well, we will visit the village, we will discuss with them, and we will return and let you know how we get on. In the meantime, our companions will be treated well and kept comfortable.
Oh, they will be fed. As for comfortable, well, they shouldn't have been causing so much of a scene if they didn't want to experience the joys that Cold Stone has to offer. But yes, be on your way now. This is something that should not be left long. She, with that, closes the book and kind of gives you a fairly dismissive wave with her free hand, beckoning you to leave. The butler steps forward and kind of taps you on the shoulder there, Havel, and gestures for you to follow him.
Very well.
So yeah, you guys, you're led out to the main gate and released again into the city.
She's interesting.
On the surface, she may not be as outright evil as Lord Vanan, but underneath these lords, ladies, politicians, they're all the same. This village, it's probably as poor as they come. They can probably barely afford to feed themselves, and now she just wants to send a bunch of thugs to go and beat the money out of them.
I am concerned that we don't instigate any violence, come back empty-handed, and she goes and kills them all.
Well, either way, my anthropology lecturer.
You'll You'll have to tell me about that sometime, Tarek.
The least said, the better, as you would say.
Yes. Well, at the very least, we can visit the village and see if they can be politely persuaded to pay up.
We can try.
And if not, then we can go from there. There may be a peaceful way to resolve this.
I hope so.
Okay, so you have this tasking ahead of you. You know that it's a little way away. If you would set off straight away, you'd get a full day's travel in. The day is still young. But that being said, the town is kind of coming to life even despite the rain. The shops are open, so up to you guys. What happens next?
Okay.
Does anyone need to do any shopping for anything?
Nope.
Does
Havel.
Havel need arrows?
Yeah. Exactly that. He will need that.
So, yeah, arrows aren't something that are particularly difficult to buy. And after a kind of a very brief search of a market quarter, however, you find a kind of hunting supply shop. But it seems that they've got a Fletcher who's worth his salt, and you can see that the arrows they stock seem to be of acceptable quality.
Cool. I need 11.
11 arrows. So standard iron arrowheads, it's going to be 1 gold apiece. So let's subtract that from...
Romov. Done.
Mhm. Okay.
Just because it's fun as fuck. Is there anywhere in this city that would be similar to, remember the Curio we went to in oh fuck me.
Oh yeah, kind of magical items.
Yeah, was it weird?
Yeah, we went through that last time. I think you missed it.
Yeah, it wasn't a huge
Yeah.
wasn't a huge selection, and the others have kind of snapped up the entire stock. So
Bastards.
yeah, you notice Rulin is wearing a very lovely pair of leather gloves, particularly fetching. And boy, oh boy, you wish you had that in this weather.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah, there's nothing else I really need then.
Okay. So
Just trying to think of anything else we need. But, yeah. Potion shop, maybe? And
That'd definitely be,
then try and avoid
just, just looking away as the stink eye sets in. Well, yeah, apothecaries are something that you can always rely on finding in a busy shop, busy city like this. It doesn't take you long to locate Powald's apothecary. As you walk in, you're greeted by what you would really expect, a whole range of dried herbs, various other sundries, and on the back wall, got a few vials full of a kind of greenish tinged liquid. As you look, by now you don't really have to be a genius to kind of recognise that these bear a striking similarity to the potions you've previously bought, the restoration potions.
Would you perhaps have anything more exotic?
The grizzled old man behind the counter gives you a little query eye at this. Exotic how?
Just think more than the usual restoratives, perhaps something that does a little bit special. Maybe an experienced alchemist's brew of some sort.
Roll me a persuasion.
Shit. It's going to open up his secret shop. 60,
Unfortunately, that continues on.
17.
He kind of looks you up and down a little bit here, Rulin, and you kind of see an almost imperceptible nod as he clearly decides that you're probably the sort that has some money. Well, sir, as it happens, I actually do have a few things here. And he brings out a kind of wooden box and kind of plonks it unceremoniously down on the counter. Could it be that maybe a certain someone has captured your fancy but doesn't feel the same way about you? Well, I have just the thing for you. And he reaches in and pulls out a small vial of a ominously glittering pink liquid. Guaranteed to solve any heartache you might have. Just put that in your sweetheart's cup of ale and you are good to go.
And
That would go well with Torik's boldness potion.
I was going to say, is he trying to sell me GHB? Or?
Yeah, does it say roofie on the label?
Does it come with a cloth? Yeah.
I was I've used those before. Use these little tablets though.
And how much would this cost?
Oh, my good man, I will give you a very special price of only 125 gold pieces.
I suppose for the purposes of metagaming, I have no idea exactly what this is.
From his vague description, you gather that it is some kind of love potion. The type that is all the rage in villages amongst teenagers.
It could be completely and utterly fake for all Ruler knows. So I'll bear it in mind. Maybe let Torik know about it. Maybe he'd be more interested in. But I think I'll give it a miss, my good man. It's not quite what I was looking for, but thank you for showing it to me.
Well, hold on. Before you go, I've got something else here. Now, I don't usually show this to people, but for you, sir, I can make an exception.
If he reaches for his belt buckle, I'm just going to leave.
He does not. He does, however, pull out a kind of much more intricately decorated bottle. For you, sir, I can give you this. The liquid inside is a very, very pale blue, but you notice it's ever so slightly luminescent. Managed to get this from a trader from Nordhammer, all the way up north, further than even the dwarves venture to go. He says he found it in a fountain of eternal youth.
Right.
I swear, no word of a lie. Chap looked about 35, but said he was 270.
Just for context, is Triss with you?
If you went shopping with him, then yeah.
I would assume so. Probably. It's always fun. Triss is gonna walk forwards and ask if she could have a closer look at it.
Certainly, madam, but careful, it's fragile.
Absolutely. I'm gonna do a bit of an identify on it.
So, Triss, as you kind of take a whole of this bottle, the kind of feeling you're really getting from this is kind of almost like a soothing aura emanating from the bottle. It's not a feeling you've had for a long time, ever since you got your new appendage. What this potion seller is offering you here is a potion of longevity. And for those that do not know, when somebody drinks one of these things, that creature's physical age is reduced by 1d6 plus 6 years to a minimum of 13.
Wow.
What?
Pretty good how it's
Why?
got a minimum age that it can reduce you to.
It reduced you to a baby.
Triss is gonna just turn
Very
to
late term abortion. Just
It's the red sticky mess on the floor.
Yeah, Triss is gonna turn to Rulin and just give him a bit of a subtle nod.
Well, it's this is quite the thing. Perhaps not as useful for someone such as myself, but could be very valuable to some people I know.
Triss turns and looks at Braxton, Havel.
well, I've got to because this chap's an elf as well, Rulin. So he kind of nods and he gets where you're coming from here. Well, it's a good way of keeping around some of our less fortunate companions just that little bit longer. Fleeting as that may be.
And for such a wondrous thing, I imagine it won't go cheaply.
Well, sir, you would be right on that one. As you're quite aware, this is not a mere trinket I'm offering you here. As such, it does have a bit of a premium. But I'm willing to part with this little elixir for you, sir. I'll give it to you for 1,000 gold pieces.
Let me do my insight. My marketing insight.
Yep.
Which was advantage, I'm pretty sure it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
16?
That's a steal. 1,000 gold pieces is nowhere near what this thing's worth.
Yeah, it's really cheap. I mean, how much would you put on an extra few years of your life?
Just a meta game. In terms of like actual gameplay, is there any benefit besides the health thing? The health thing, the aging.
In terms of mechanics, no.
Fair
But
it could be worth a lot to the right person.
that is also...
Or if you get on the wrong side of a lich, then you might lose some years that you want to get back.
I might steal this idea for Cthulhu because there are age modifiers in there.
It's also for like a race like the Goliaths. I think they only live to be 60 or something.
Yeah, they're not the longest lived creatures. But yeah, from a mechanical point of view, age, like unless you're like 80 or something, isn't going to really affect you. But as a motivator for a character, then who knows, staying alive that little bit longer.
Fair.
As Cal's pointed out, it might be valuable to the right kind of person.
Well, in all honesty, this is an incredibly enticing item. But as it is, I don't think I quite have the funds. Rulin is remembering that he does have a sack full of gold that technically belongs to the order that he's not turned in yet. But no, I'm afraid I'll have to pass on this for now, but we'll certainly bear in mind that I may return at some point if perhaps it's still in your possession.
Well, as I said, so I don't just show this to the riffraff.
No.
It's well, that's a shame. But very well. I guess it's, as you say, not so useful to yourself.
It's the first time I've ever not been the riffraff. It's quite nice, really.
Street rat. Well, that was quite a show. Thank you for allowing us to see this thing. It really is quite a wonderful thing.
He kind of nods to you and starts putting away this little chest of goodies of hers.
Also, Rulen's making a mental note to himself. Somewhere in the far north of Nordhammer is a fountain of youth. Could be a nice adventure at some point.
Okay, so with no more potions in your possession, you regroup with the others.
Honestly, all I was looking for was like a potion of resistance or something, but
Thoric is waiting grumpily outside of the potion shop.
refused to enter.
Yeah, he's like,
Just professional envy.
No, you're displaying these all wrong. Very much judging him.
Oh, the green in this potion is far too dark. It should be far lighter.
Doesn't even go with that bottle.
that bottle with those clothes? Ew.
But what else is going to have to change?
Jesus.
That's hilarious.
Well, I'm done and ready to go. If anyone else needs anything.
I'm ready.
Yeah, ready.
Could I see a magic item shop quickly?
Kind of what I said to Jace, like the last time you guys were here, Rulen and Triss kind of stripped it bare of the stock. It hasn't had a supply shipment for a while.
It's too
I was just hoping maybe to buy a scroll or two.
I mean, you could buy
scroll.
buy a nice magic coin or a teapot.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking, if I'm running around with less spell slots, it may be a good idea to get some scrolls of like cure wounds, or I think cure wounds would be a good scroll to own,
Right. Okay. So you're probably going to be wanting to,
or at least the parchment to create it, because I could make one myself over a period of scrolls. Are they common or uncommon magic items? Oh god, I'm sorry.
off the top of my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. I would imagine uncommon.
Right. Just because I could make myself like a scroll if I was given a good number of days. Like,
yeah, because I mean, you would definitely be able to find parchment in a city like this. Definitely. Scroll of Cure Wounds, common.
holy shit, nice.
So
That is good.
yeah, so that's definitely something you'd be able to pick up.
That is very, very cool. I will.
Guy, have you got a budgie?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of whistling going on.
Oh right. Oh, budgie. I thought you said budget, and I was like, what? I can buy this.
I'm a big gnome. I can buy whatever I want.
You got a budgie or a 1920s miner in the room.
On a steamboat.
Hi ho!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, she's got headphones in. Everyone likes your whistling.
Savage.
See, he dangerously included himself in that. No one, not the others, don't like. No one.
Fucking
Rookie mistake. Yeah, so you definitely, sorry, guy, to get back on track, you'd definitely be able to get yourself some decent quality parchment.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that'd probably be the best thing for it.
So a kind of quality that you're after, you're probably looking at about 20 gold pieces per blank scroll.
Oh, I think it'd be nice to stock up ever so slightly. I think I'm going to drop 60 gold on it.
Uh-huh. So add those 3 blank scrolls and subtract the gold.
Blank scrolls, my boys. I'd like to think that scrolls that Torek makes are like automated devices that activate the effect once and then just break by design.
Just syringes, like single use.
Yeah,
I'd
like a
imagine
syringe. That's so cool.
I'd imagine Torics are like those, those pianos that play themselves, and you put that like paper in with.
Oh, yeah.
I imagine it's like one of them.
Like, yeah, I need like the correct tab to use a spell.
We just see him in like the heat of battle very quickly, like punching holes in a spare scroll with a needle or something. Like, come on.
Yeah, or like he drops like his like his shit, and it's like vinyls and like little hole punched cards and whatnot everywhere. He's like, shit, which one?
Yeah, and then you get like the hipster artificers who will only use like vellum because it doesn't sound the same on this newfangled parchment. Yeah, so you've got yourself a few blank scrolls to work with.
That is fantastic. I will add it to my list. Blank scroll. This is going to be awesome to have in my possession. Because I just figured one way to make up for the fact that the artificer's spell slots aren't so great is actually using my crafting feat that I got last level.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. With it, I should be able to craft magic item in a quarter of the normal time. So, crafting a common magical item would take a day.
That's not bad.
Ooh.
Downtime, you'd be able to.
And cost you half as much gold. Which is 50 gold. Neat. Cool.
Okay, so everybody stocked up.
I have a couple of
Really?
things.
Mm-hmm.
So first of all, Triss isn't so sure about getting rid of that teapot. She wants to go back to the shop and see if it's still there, and see if she can buy it back off him.
So, Triss, the stall is quiet. You can see that the market seller hasn't actually got any stock on display as you approach. But he recognizes you. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm all out of goods. You'll have to come again in a week or so. That's when I'm expecting my next shipment.
So the teapot I left you with last time, I assume that's gone then.
I'm sorry, my dear. It was such a fine piece. I had no problem at all sourcing a buyer for that.
No problem. I did expect that might be the case. I just had to double check.
But it was truly a remarkable artifact.
Yeah, absolutely it was. But yeah, I think I still came out of it with the right item. So thank you very much.
Well, glad to hear it. Have a nice day.
And you. And the other thing is, use your words, Pascal. One of the things that Triss can do is what's it called? The Book of Ancient Secrets. Is that she can now inscribe rituals into the Book of Shadows. And on adventures, you can add other ritual spells to the Book of Shadows. and it has to be equal to less than half of your warlock level. And for each spell, the transcription process takes 2 hours and costs 50 gold for the rare inks needed to inscribe it. For something like that, could I buy inks in advance?
Yeah, you'd definitely be able to stock up in the same shop as Torek got his parchment from. You'd definitely find good quality ink and writing material.
Fantastic. I would like to go and have a look at some ink then, please.
So you can work out very quickly that this stuff is of a very good quality. Obviously, you've a fair amount of experience in books and the associated care and, on the odd occasion, forgery. So you recognise the ink as being of sufficient quality for what you need.
Fantastic. I would like to pick up enough for a couple of rituals worth, I think.
So subtract that from your inventory and add the ink instead.
Fantastic, thank you. And that's me done.
Alrighty. To the stables. Or anybody else got any last minute things they want to be taken care of?
I think I'm all right. We're going to have a long rest before we head out, right?
You had one last night.
Okay. Would you let me change up my spell list for going out for this mission before I head off?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, you could would have a chance to have done that. So make any adjustments you feel like.
Thanks, Chief.
Okay, so you guys you make your way to the gates and saddle up the horses, make sure that they're all ready for the journey ahead, and taking them out slightly west and then joining the road leading slightly north. You start making your way. As you go a little further north, the rain does eventually subside, and by the time it's getting dark and you're needing to set up camp, it's little more than a drizzle now. But the road is still at a point where you feel safe to kind of camp alongside it. Sure enough, Rulin, as you meditate and then take the watch, you have a very peaceful evening with a kind of overcast sky to kind of think about what it is you're about to do. You can't help but feel that the remarks Lady Cyrene's made about your father irritates you perhaps a little bit. Being compared to that man has been something that you kind of decided a long time ago wasn't for you. But other than your own tumultuous thoughts, the night passes uneventfully, and you guys are ready to go again by the early light of the morning. So as Cyrene said, the village is not the wealthiest of places as you arrive. The roads very quickly petered out to a track, and on the last few hours of your journey, places where it was clearly overgrown and in need of some maintenance. However, as you arrive, the village seems a little bit quiet. As you draw near, you can see a few windows being kind of shutters pulled closed as you approach. The fields are empty, but this isn't really the most surprising thing about this village. No, the most surprising thing is that in what appears to be the village square sits a very conspicuous and very out of place looking stone tower.
Out of place in what way?
As if somebody has picked it up and placed it in what was previously a village square.
Can I cast detect magic?
I knew that was coming.
This tower is most certainly magical.
Any idea of what variety or flavour of magic?
Yes, illusionary.
Ooh. Hmm.
It's not Thingy's magic castle that we were just talking about.
As a matter of fact,
More than kind of.
Yeah.
it is actually that spell, which was kind of funny that it was brought up. But such is D&D.
Interesting.
But yeah, as you kind of make your way into the village towards this castle, you can see that the rest of the houses, in comparison, are all kind of wooden and thatched. Clearly not much wealth on display. And people are kind of closing windows again as you come by. You can see one woman kind of grabs a couple of kids off a kind of little vegetable patch outside her front door and very quickly hurries them inside. But as you draw near to this kind of cobbled square where this tower resides, you hear a kind of a booming, unnaturally loud voice emanating from the top floor of the tower. Whoso approaches the tower of the magnificent Humberto Marsa.
Well, I mean, it is Rulin who approaches your tower and companions from the Order of the Shattered Fang.
Oh, I'm just companion now, am I? Brilliant.
Let's shout out each of our names individually.
Last week I was just gnome.
Just having this idea of Tara getting into a strut. Like, what are you, Rulen?
Tris is gonna eye between them again.
Yeah, you missed something here, clearly, Tris. You can't help but think. The tower is quiet for a moment, and then you hear, "Oh, very well then. You'd best come in." The front door kind of swings in on itself to reveal the innards of the tower.
Someone you know, Roland?
Nope.
Suppose we might go in.
Yeah. So, walk
Is it-
towards the entrance.
Tarek, roll me a perception.
Yeah, I was gonna. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's a nat 1 -3, so I've actually rolled a -2.
Tarek, as you walk forward, you step on a cobble, and this cobble kind of rocks forward a little bit, and you hear a click. You kind of freeze, and nothing has happened, but your foot has kind of moved this thing forward, and there was definitely a clack that you heard.
Oh no. I'm gonna keep my foot very still. And I'm just gonna like swing my arms aside and go, "No one bumping to me!"
What?
Tris is gonna walk back to Torrik and ask what the heck is going on.
I'm stepping on a landmine!
Can we see the cobble that he stood on?
Yeah, so underneath his foot, Tris, you could see that this is, the whole kind of square here is not kind of uniform or neatly cut in the same way you might expect a kind of a city's equivalent plaza to be. But you can see that it's a fairly sizable stone under Toric's foot, kind of surrounded by, again, similar sizes. Looking at it, it doesn't seem like there's much to really differentiate this one from the others, but it is a little bit lower than the kind of majority of the adjacent stones.
If I
As,
cast detect magic towards the stone, do I get a reading?
So you get no magical response from this stone.
I don't know what it is, but it's beyond my expertise.
It's
Toric, how
a
certain are you
mechanical
that
click, I
it's...
swear!
Okay.
If I lift my foot, I'll be blown to smithereens!
Well, Toric, you're kind of the expert in these circumstances, so how would you suggest we resolve this?
That's, okay. Who here is the best with their fingers?
Oh, this doesn't sound like a good idea. I've got a better one. Why doesn't everyone take a big step back aside from myself and Toric? Just a nice few big steps back. Just, way back there. Triss is gonna gesture, towards, the nearest set of houses.
Okay.
Okay, so with the rest of your companions backing off to what you hope is a safe distance, Triss, you carefully approach Toric, obviously taking extreme caution and trialing each of the cobblestones before you go.
Right. We're gonna have to move fast. Triss is gonna reach out behind... No, she's gonna reach to the side of her and Toric. She's gonna stand facing him. She's
Okay.
a dimension door. To somewhere near where the others are at.
So
She's gonna grab
It
Toric.
was really clever the way this is done, because I would have teleported off of it, but I need to slap my heels together for that to work.
So, door open, stood facing Toric. She's gonna edge as close as she can get to him and get a firm grip on him. The door's nice and close, and in as fast a move as she can manage, she's gonna throw them both sideways through the door.
So Toric, you kind of stand waiting for this to go off as soon as Triss kind of attempts this, but she's pretty fast, and before you know what's what, you find yourself kind of lying on your back, close to your other companions. Triss stood next to you, and the rest of you kind of duck and wait for the inevitable explosion. However, after 10 seconds, nothing has happened. Nothing has gone off.
Any second now.
Do you want any more of these?
This is bad trap.
Roland walks over to the cobblestone and flips it over.
So, Rulin, you go up kind of fairly lightly, obviously, with your kind of natural ability. And you find this offending cobblestone, and you nudge it a little bit with your toe. And it seems that this cobblestone, and by extension this whole plaza, is old and shoddily built, and this was just a loose cobblestone. Toric's weight clearly shifted it, and the clack was just stone on an underlying pebble or something.
A landmine, did you say, Toric?
Oh. I could have sworn I'd be one with the eternal alchemy.
Next time the gnome gets himself out of an issue.
I'm just going to look up at Triss with the, oh, I'm sorry, I thought I was your teleport buddy face.
She's going to laugh and walk towards Rulin. Just leave him.
Well, if we're quite done, perhaps we should go inside.
Can you take the plate?
Let's not keep our host waiting.
Okay, so you make your way to this this tower, and through the open door, you can see that appears to be a kitchen on the bottom floor, but there's a staircase spiraling up the wall that leads up to the higher floors. And as you enter, you kind of hear a slightly less grandiose voice call you from upstairs. Ah, I'm up here.
Was there anything else in the room?
Well, roll me an investigation.
What kind of magical place have we stepped into? Oh, I like that. 24.
So this appears to be a kitchen that has clearly seen a fair bit of use. However, you can see on the table a couple of books. They seem to be on various magical topics, which you kind of point out to everyone. And at this point, actually, I'm going to need Triss. I'm going to need you to make me an intelligence saving throw, if Triss would remember after all this time.
Ooh. Intelligence saving throw, that would be a 9.
9. You could swear you've seen one of those books before, but you just can't place it.
So what's the general kind of subject matter that we're looking at?
Various applications of the magic of the natural world.
Could I go and have a flick through the book that I couldn't quite place? See if there's anything that jumps out at me in the book.
Yes. So as you flick through it, you realise this is kind of a druidic tome describing various practices about how to get the best results out of land.
Would this is I've got a metagaming question here. If I genuinely remember something that happened a while ago, can I bring it up to potentially jog Triss's memory?
The only problem is when she did this the first
yes,
time,
yes.
she did it on her own. She
Yeah.
went snooping.
Could I check
So whilst you might remember.
Yeah, I forgot about that bit, sorry.
Could I check in the front cover to see if there's any names or a library note or something like that? I think Triss would be pretty keyed up on looking for kind of marks of ownership of books.
So as you look, Triss, you interestingly enough, you don't actually see any author's name nor library code. It seems that this book was not borrowed or stolen from a proper library. Indeed, it looks quite a well-worn copy.
She makes a quick mental note that it's not that she's stolen one of these books or read it somewhere else and then passed it on, probably. She's seen it somewhere else. And makes a mental note of the kind of general contents and decides to have a think about it later.
Okay, yeah, so that's going to bug you, but you just can't find a placement for that book. But you definitely have seen that before somewhere. But the spiral staircase beckons.
Up we go.
Oops.
Lillian, do you want to lead the way, seeing as though you introduced yourself first?
Yes.
So this kind of staircase leads you up into what appears to be a study of sorts. And as you climb the tower, you can he sat behind a desk. He's a fairly elderly halfling. Ah, your slayers. That's good news. Might be that I have something for you. Although it's awfully convenient that you appear to have turned up out of the blue.
It's funny how often something like that happens. But we were here to visit the alderman, but I would be interested to hear what brings you here and what you might need us for.
He is going to roll an insight, actually, to determine how he'd react to that one. Oh, well, the alderman, I'm afraid, is currently preoccupied. I have them all on a very strict work schedule at the moment. It's almost time for the planting of our second harvest.
Can I just ask, does Triss think this guy looks familiar? Because she'd be thinking about the book as well. She probably wouldn't be paying that much attention to everything else.
Triss, you don't think you've seen a gentleman like this before?
Cool, thank you.
So, you have this village working for you?
In a sense, I prefer to think of working with me. I've been, attempting to use some of my my many skills to help improve a lot of the common man here.
Right. And forgive me, but be in passing saw the some of your tomes downstairs. You're assisting them with magically growing crops.
I'm yes and no. It's certainly something I'm interested in. The studies of the agricultural effects that a good application of magic can provide. But no, my interest is a little further afield than that. Can I interest any of you in a light refreshment while we discuss matters?
Can I roll an insight?
Yes.
God damn. I guarantee my first fucking combat roll will be okay. Insight 22.
Yeah, he's being incredibly elusive here, as you have probably guessed.
Anything specifically suspicious towards him offering us a drink?
The drink, not as such, but it seems that he's definitely done that for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not tea, is it? I don't...
It is not tea. Instead, he kind of brings out a bottle of fairly good quality wine. Come, you must be tired and I presume hungry and thirsty from your travels. Let me offer you some good old fashioned country hospitality. And he kind of leads the way back down into the kitchen, and you see him kind of make a few gestures with his hand, and the got a cooking pot over the fire. The lid flies open, and you see a whole range of ingredients start to fly in. The fire is kind of lit again from another gesture from Humberto here. Several goblets find their way to the table and are swiftly filled. And he hands each of you a glass of this wine. It is very good, very nice to the taste. Quite refreshing after a bit of time on the road. He gestures for you all to kind of have a seat at his table and kind of packs away these books and moves them so that you all have all got room. Now, it strikes me as unusual that Slayers would come here unannounced, but I don't remember anybody here sending for you. What appears to be the matter?
In all honesty, we're not strictly here on Slayer business, but we were requested by the Lady of Powell to come and investigate some odd goings on in the town. Specifically, why she hadn't heard from you in a while, or from the alderman in a while, and why no taxes were being paid. I think she's just concerned that something may have happened.
Well, as I said, I'm in the process of revolutionizing the way in which we do things here. It's not really been in the forefront of my mind. Such bureaucracy. The lady, if she waits, she will receive what she is owed, and then some. We're expecting a very good yield.
Well, I suppose that's the problem. The lady isn't exactly known for being the patient sort. She, well, how long would it take for your yield to come through?
He kind of thinks about this for a while. Well, if everything goes according to plan, I should have a bumper harvest by, this time. Let me think. Actually, would that be? You can see that he's trying to work this out in his head. I would say in 2 months' time, she will have a harvest that would be beyond even the greatest years that we've had in the past here. I just need to iron out a few teething errors in the system, and this will be all good to go.
So, perhaps you could explain something about this system of yours.
Yes, I can. What would you like to know?
Well, what is it?
Well, I'm how to best put this to the uninitiated. I would say I'm an expert in manpower redistribution. I've got I think quite a revolutionary way of increasing the manpower in this village, such that the labour we can offer has meant great things for our harvests. We can plant more, we can tend to it far greater than previously could. And when the harvest times comes, we have it all in under a week.
And how exactly do you go about increasing this manpower?
Roll me another insight.
This guy's fucking sus. 16.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to think on how to work this. Well, I simply put those to work who might otherwise not be working, and that way we can make sure that we get the right number of hands to the right place at the right time.
And I'm quite curious to understand this exactly, but how do you go about putting these people to work? And are you...
Well, a little bit of magical motivation, shall we say, might be necessary. These people might otherwise not be so inclined to do any work, you see.
Would this be perhaps not against their will?
Well, no, they're not particularly willful people, if you catch my drift.
What's in it for you, I might ask? Why come here? Why decide to help this village in this way?
Why, sir, I'm a scholar. If I can perfect a way to boost such yields by the application of magic, then it is reward in its own right. Plus, anyway, I like it here. It's pretty and there are nice walks.
So the druidic book that you have yourself there, Triss gestures to where you put them away. Does that play a key factor?
Yes, it's a definite help. This, coupled with my increase in manpower, means that we can really get the most from these fields.
Is this the first area that you've helped like this, or is this something that you do regularly?
Well, this is the first for me. It's a field that I've theorized a lot about in the past, but I've finally decided to take to a field, both literally and metaphorically speaking, and see how these ideas of mine translate to the real world.
Very interesting.
In other words, this town is his guinea pig.
Perhaps Torek should be the one speaking to him a little bit more thoroughly. It seems more in line with his ethos.
I'm probably going to agree with his motivations, you realise.
That does make sense.
While this is going on, he goes over to the cauldron and begins dishing out a kind of helping of soup. Torek, you can't help but notice
No.
the orange colour of this soup, and you dig in ravenously, but oh, the disappointment! You can taste the carrot, but where is the coriander?
Oh, so close.
And as Humberto digs in, you can see he's also visibly quite upset about this. Oh, that's odd. I could have sworn I had some around here somewhere. Never mind.
Is this where our quest starts? The quest for coriander?
I mean, we could.
I wonder how many folders we'll have to defeat.
As I say, that sounds very much like a Torek story arc at some point. But yes, again, digress. So he dishes all this up to you. There is, however, something that I could a little bit of assistance with. And I think you are probably the type of people to talk to about such a matter.
And that would be?
One of my new employees, should I say, isn't too happy with the terms of his service, and he's wandered where, claiming that he will have his revenge. Obviously, that isn't something that I'm all too keen on happening, and I think it would be a large upset to, well, the whole village, and by extension, the Lady Cyrene.
Right.
Mm.
Any more detail?
Yes, he's a what's the best way to put this? We say strong-headed character, very very set in his ways. His name is Friedrich. I'm afraid I don't really know where he lives or what it is that he will be doing to exact his revenge, but
Is he? I'd like to do an insight. Is this guy genuinely scared about what this guy could do?
rolled up.
Will do. That is a 6.
You don't really know, but he's definitely not happy about the fact that this employee has gone AWOL.
Alrighty.
But yes, if you were to help me, I could probably go back to my work with no fear of disturbance, and that would be a good outcome for all involved, I think.
Well, perhaps we could do you this favour and have a look into it. We'll have a look for this Friedrich.
Would it be okay to peruse the fields and observe your work while we're here? It's quite fascinating stuff.
Well, I suppose it's it can't do any harm, but I'd really rather you devoted your efforts into this matter. It's considerably more pressing.
Perhaps as we go along, we could just observe even the goings on.
I would like that. Tell me, are your solutions to this town, these optimizations you've applied, are they fragile? It seems you're very concerned about one man and what he could do. This suggests a point of weakness.
It's well, we're not a violent village. We have no militia, no means of defending ourselves. One man is, this particular man is more than capable of, causing a good deal of chaos. He looks troubled with this. A field set ablaze is hardly one I'd call optimized, and I wouldn't put it past him to go much further than that.
You were saying he's unhinged. And a potential for arson.
Unhinged, definitely. He's well and truly lost his head, that one.
Well, we'll deal with it as we best see fit.
This might be a bit of a long shot, but if you can try and convince him to come back, his expertise would have been fantastic for my work. But I understand that if it is past that, then well, you have the discretion to do what you must.
You say his expertise. What exactly was his expertise?
He was in a similar field of work to mine. He was very into his human resources.
Well,
Human resources has a very dark connotation in this.
we'll certainly do what we can, and yes, see if we can be persuaded, I suppose.
So he kind of nods his thanks to you and goes back to eating his soup. So once you guys have finished off this ever so slightly disappointing carrot soup, it's kind of about early afternoonish. The day still has some youth in it. So how you conduct your investigation is up to you, really.
Maybe we should speak to the townsfolk. Maybe they'd give us an indication of where he could currently be and what he's capable of. And it'll also give us an insight of the nature of these experiments.
It's not a bad idea.
Oh, yes, we could check in on the alderman, maybe take a look at the general sort of condition of the people.
We need to speak to the alderman anyway.
This whole thing just doesn't sit right with me. Something very odd.
My feeling is the oddness is the way he gathers his subjects.
At least that's the thing. He seems to be referring to these people as almost a slave force being directed to his will. He seems capable of some kind of magic. Perhaps he's influencing the people somehow.
I have the awful feeling it may be necromancy.
The book I had a look in there was definitely druidic, but I don't really know so much about necromancy, so I couldn't tell you whether it was or wasn't related.
Don't think we really have enough to go off to make a determination, but we should investigate further, certainly.
Well, I mean, if a druid was wanting to help the output of an agricultural city, if this man is indeed a druid, surely he would use his powers to... I've read about druids. They can invigorate the natural processes, speed up the growth of plants, if I'm not mistaken.
It's not exactly what he said he was doing, though. He's not speeding up the crops, he's speeding up the people.
Yeah. That's what has me in a great deal of confusion. And all of us. Messing around with humans isn't the druid thing. It may be that that druidic tome is not his. Or originally his.
It could be a mixture. He is most likely using some sort of druid craft on the crops, but the people are something different.
Maybe. But then also, the village hasn't produced any crop yields for months now. They haven't sent any tithes to the city, so it can't be working all that well.
Maybe something's happening to the crops to make them inedible. You remember, Torek, scratches the back of his neck softly. You remember Blueberry?
Well, yes. I don't think... Yeah. Well, either way, we're not going to find out what's going on by standing here. Should we split up and search for clues, or stick together?
Alright, gang!
Yeah, we're good. Oh no, Titus isn't here.
Yeah, it's
It was bastard tiefling Alistair all along.
I wouldn't gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling slayers. Anyway.
If anyone's drawing fan art, that needs to be done immediately.
Jace, what are you up to with them drawings?
Sounding silence.
well, I don't know. Sometimes things are best left to imagination, huh?
Yeah, baby. Sorry. Okay.
Also, Yes, splitting up, staying together. What is the consensus here?
Well, this area isn't particularly dangerous. I say we cover more ground.
Okay.
I'll take a look in the fields and take someone with me as protection, and whoever wants to talk with the townsfolk can do so. And if anyone else has got any other ideas, they can do that.
Okay.
Oh, I
Let's not
can
go into
go
the gnome.
speak to the alderman.
That
Aval,
sounds-
you know a little something about the natural world. Perhaps you could take a look at the crops and what have you, and see if there's anything unnatural.
Yeah, I suppose I'll go with Tarek then.
I feel we'll make a good team.
Braxton, shall we go with Rulon?
Sounds good to me.
People may be more likely to talk to us with a man of, well, such as yourself.
A man of the cloth.
You do give off a certain trusting kind of persona.
Because they gives off a certain aura, but he gives off several. So
I'm gonna need more than one identifier for this son of a bitch.
okay, so Tarek and Havel, you set off for the fields, kind of closest to this village. And Havel, as you kind of get there, this is quite reminiscent of your early life. The kind of monotony of the planting season. That's something you were too keen on, but you can see that these peasants are quite busy and meticulously casting seeds from a kind of stack all out of this freshly ploughed and tilled earth. Seems to be a fairly substantial work gang at it, and they're making very good progress. They're covering grounds very quickly. And as you watch, it only takes them about 20 minutes to cover this one field before moving on to the next. Torek, you kind of observe this, and agriculture isn't your speciality. You're not really sure if this is ordinary or not.
I'm more of a animals kind of biologist myself, like trying to make small talk with Havel in like a pompous way.
Just imagine Harold just like, yeah, alright.
Whatever you say, Torek.
I've literally never seen Torek interact with any animals the entire time he's known him. But
Hey, that's untrue. I have ripped out poison glands all up this.
oh well, yeah, I guess there is that.
It's more comfortable with the dead variety, but
Yeah, I'm less so much a biologist as a taxidermist at this point.
birthday gift for Tarek, just a mug that just says "World's shittest vet" or something.
Wait, could you finish that for me?
So you guys watch as this kind of work gang moves on to the next field. Again, starts to repeat this process, and they're doing it in a very ordered fashion. The line moves forward in such a way that they're not missing any of the available fields. And so you kind of watch all this unfold. So, Ruben, you were going to go and speak to the alderman with Tristan Braxton.
Yeah, I think so.
So, as horribly classist as it was, Lady Cyrene wasn't wrong, and the alderman's hut is clearly distinguishable as the least shitty shack, to use her words. As you approach, you can see that the alderman is at home from a kind of flicker of candlelight through the window, kind of making its way through these shutters.
Take a knock on the door.
You hear the scraping of a chair and the creak of a loose floorboards, but the door opens ever so slightly. Yes?
Hello there. Forgive the late intrusion. You would be the alderman of the village?
He eyes you a little suspiciously. Aye, that would be me.
Well, we're here on business of Lady Cyrene. Perhaps we could come inside to talk with you?
You'd be best talking to Master Humberto about any matters like that. He's taken over that role.
He has he?
He's a learned scholar. We're glad to have him here.
I really want to roll an insight on that.
Yeah.
Let's just see if he's being genuine there. 17.
You get the impression that there's probably more than what he's letting on, but it's not an outright lie.
Okay. So, on whose authority did he take charge of this village?
He came to us one day and offered to help us get a harvest worthy of a village far greater than our own. We've struggled for years. You see, the soil is poor quality. The tilling and ploughing is backbreaking labour. But with his guidance and a little bit of his knowledge, we've been able to really put down a crop this year that has exceeded anything we've managed on our own.
And he's done all this out of the sheer scholarly will?
Well, we obviously make sure that he is well fed and provided for, but even taking that into account, we're still left with much more than we were originally. He's been, substantially beneficial to our community.
And so the whole village is in agreement then? They're happy with having him take charge?
Oh yes, we're all definitely glad to have him here.
And the kind of work he has you doing, it's not more strenuous than it would normally be for you?
No. In fact, most of us are actually ending up to less grueling work. He's managed to really get some of the ne'er-do-wells to pull their weight. That has meant that, well, for the rest of us, our workload has dropped significantly.
It's handy.
Yes, quite.
Oh, seems like he is quite a boon to you. But to be, is there anyone else in the village who might be of, oh shit, what's the word I'm looking for? Is there a lead? Is there a particular farmer or farm that we could go and observe some of these goings on of how the work is being done?
Yes, I believe the work parties are out in the fields planting as we speak.
Okay. Still suspicious. Rulon is a very suspicious person.
Fair enough. I think suspicious ones probably live long in the line of work.
Well, I'll turn to Triss as well to sort of try and catch her eye.
Triss is paying attention, so she notices and tunes into Radio Rulon.
You can't tell if he's under any kind of spell or if there's anything peculiar about his behaviour, magical of some sort.
Triss is going to cast Detect Magic, directed primarily at the Alderman.
So the Alderman doesn't appear to be under any form of magic.
He seems fine, but it is a little bit weird. I agree.
It's the fact that the people were willing to just agree to everything this guy says, just go ahead with this crop yield and.
From what that halfling said as well, doesn't sound like they're having the greatest time of their lives.
Yeah. Well, perhaps he really is legitimate. Maybe we're just looking at this the wrong way.
Perhaps. I don't know, though. I would like to see more before we make a decision on that.
Turn back to the alderman and say, well, thank you for your time, and I would advise you certainly to send word to the Lady Cyrene, maybe. She's not the patient sort, as I said to Master Humberto. She's expecting the tithe to come in quite soon. And she's not aware of Master Humberto taking control, so yeah, she probably wouldn't be best pleased.
Well, I'm sure the master has a plan for the lady.
Hopefully. We'll take our leave.
Well, good night to you. And without even so much a second thought, the door is closed in your face.
Oh. That was somewhat insightful.
Somewhat. I find it strange that someone can just come along and assume almost control of a village just on their word.
I mean, I imagine if you made a tower appear in the centre of a courtyard, a village full of simple folk like these might be persuaded more easily than some others, but is odd still. Well, there's more to investigate still. Perhaps we should catch up with Torek and Havel and then have a look into this Friedrich character.
Yes.
So you guys wander over to Havel and Torek, who are still observing this work that's going on in the field. And although by now it's starting to get a little bit late, these guys are still working at a good pace. It's clear that they'll probably have most of these fields finished by the time it comes to down tools.
So just observing the people and whatever, it doesn't look like they're like absolutely exhausted. They've not got bent backs, sort of, just toiling battle.
No, the work is actually not so strenuous at this point. It's largely kind of a sowing of seeds. So as they walk, they've kind of got fairly straight backs and casting handfuls of grain out onto the soil.
They're not using. Sorry, carry on.
So they're going at a fairly quick pace. They seem to be in good health.
was going to say they're not using like newly designed tools or anything like that. Like, what is there anything obvious about how they're doing things differently from any other village?
No revolutionary tools as far as you can see. And Tarek, you've not spotted anything either. It is all very kind of traditional and ancient method of kind of broadcasting seed by hand.
So how the hell is it having any kind of effect on the yield?
Are they planting now?
Yes, they are.
Can I insight them? Do any of them look in pain?
Roll me medicine.
Ooh, medicine. Guess who's got a bad medicine score and just rolled in the negative 1? They look positively jubilant.
Yeah, this kind of elven and half elven physiology is perplexing to you, Torek. Nothing nearly as easy as diagnosing a gnome.
Yes. All the nose twitching is when you know a gnome's in pain.
That's in the constant screaming.
Yes, and you can't tell with elves or humans. I mean, they say, oh, you scrunch up your face and whinge a bit, but that's also known to be observed at the point of orgasm, so fucking doesn't help anyone, does it?
Well, it's very insightful of you, Tarek.
Yes, thank you. I can dig up the book if you're interested.
So we are all actually met up at this point as well.
Yeah, you guys are now kind of standing watching the happenings.
Also, hello again.
Well, there wasn't much luck with the alderman. He's honestly rather pleased with everything that's going on. Seems to be quite genuinely happy that the wizard or whatever he is taking charge, leading the village, and
Are you
however
sure
it is he's accomplishing it.
Are you sure he isn't just saying that because he watched us walk out of the wizard's tower?
I mean, he seemed to be genuine.
Hmm.
A little, I don't know, not exactly the most forthcoming with any great information, but then perhaps there isn't really any secrets to be told. Maybe it is what it seems. But
Yeah. There's just many critical areas of description in which lead me to believe that there is something odd going on here. For instance, there's been the curious note of everyone doing their own part in the ne'er-do-wells that didn't used to do work but now do. Could it be that people, once they're farming, are being controlled somehow, charmed, perhaps, into
the
doing the
alderman
work?
himself didn't seem to be under any magical effects. Tris did. Take a look.
Nothing that I could pinpoint anyway.
Unless it's not magical, maybe it's more chemical.
That's entirely possible, I suppose.
What used to be in the town centre before the tower got put there? I just thought if it used to be the well, then maybe he's putting something into the water.
When you were inside, you could see no sign of any kind of pre-existing structures jutting up through the floor.
Okay.
It would be speculation to try and guess what was there beforehand.
Right. Curses. Don't have much to go on, but we still have a job to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we've seen a bit more, could Tris try and recall that book again where she's seen it?
Go on, make an intelligence saving throw.
I think that's 14.
14. Still can't quite place it.
Okie dokie.
So yeah, by now it's starting to get towards dusk. The sun is quickly setting. The work is still going on. There's kind of a few bits that they're clearly still looking to get done. But the rest of the village, you can start to smell the smoke of cooking fires, and it seems that people are getting on with their nightly rituals.
Tavern?
I suppose. Whichever one the farmers go to.
To be honest, with Titus gone, does anyone else actually like drinking? Be honest.
just this sudden revelation that Havel only does it to look hard in front of Titus or something.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure at that point would everyone just have turned around and stared at Havel.
Yeah.
yeah, that's actually true. Just can't imagine Havel being like, I'll have an orange juice.
Apple teeny, please, and hold the teeny.
just an apple in a cup.
Apple juice, yeah.
Just an apple.
So you can see that the busiest place, or at least one of the most noise coming from, does in fact have a small kind of sign hanging out front. On it is like a very crudely carved bushel of wheat. But judging by the noise, you guess that's what serves as the village's tavern and gathering point.
Oh. Head inside and get ourselves a drink.
So, when you open the door, the sight you see is what you would really expect from a village tavern. It's little more really than just a a few barrels pushed up against one wall and tables spread out for people to sit and deliberate. But the locals kind of stop for a little bit. It goes noticeably quieter as you walk in. But after a moment, they go back to their drinks, and you can tell that they're, from the sounds of it, at least content.
Is there other rooms available in the tavern then? Like, is it like an inn or is it just?
It's not really that large a place. It's kind of like most of these buildings, only the one floor. But you can see there's a few kind of straw piles over in the corner, and you can see already there's what must be the village drunk kind of passed out in one of them. But you could probably spend the night.
It's not the most comfortable place we've ever stayed, but I suppose it's dry.
It's not the worst.
Yeah. It's dry and it's warm. It'll do. So, would it be worth asking any of these people about this Friedrich? See what they know?
Yeah, it would probably also be worth quietly asking about our unknown magician.
Was there like a group of like, I don't know, tough guys drinking big drinks?
Well, there's definitely a couple of fairly burly farmhands, kind of halfway through pints of scrumpy. You'd be able to go and have a chat with them.
I'll walk over to the barkeep and buy a round of whatever they're drinking.
Mm-hmm. So, you get these drinks delivered. These guys are a little suspicious at first, but they nod their thanks and make a bit of space around the table for you guys to plop yourselves down on some chairs. It's good of you, strangers. What do we owe the pleasure?
How long have you been waiting to do that accent?
I don't really know what accent that was. I think it started as West Country and had a little bit of Irish in the middle somewhere.
Well, it wasn't too bad.
But
bit of Bristol.
yeah, just this is of course like every village we go to. Like everybody's just from the fucking West Country.
Even the elves, the humans, the dwarves, everyone.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's just your profession determines your accent in my world.
Oh dear.
Titus, you have got a few levels in blacksmith. Please change your accent accordingly.
Yeah. Guy, you're proficient with thief's tools, so you're now going to have to be doing Brummy.
You fucking what, mate? What do you even major in, you plonk?
So they kind of clearly quite grateful for the drinks, but also a little curious as to what brings you here.
Visiting the village. We've been introduced to Master Umberto, and we're just quite curious to learn a bit more about your village and over a few drinks, maybe, if you'd be willing to talk to us.
Well, we'll talk. There ain't much to tell. It's not a busy place here in Wiblington.
No. Certainly is interesting, though, isn't it? How this Umberto arrived, and he's rather selflessly seems to be trying to turn the village around. And
stroke of luck if ever we had one. That man's been able to almost double our crop output this last month.
so, how exactly is it that he came to be here?
He wandered into town one day, same as you. Said he had a few ideas, spoke to the alderman about it, and he became a permanent resident. Hence the tower.
So, these ideas that he had, how exactly does it work, and what exactly are you doing differently now to what you were doing before?
It's it's a mixture of things. He does something to a field that I'm not too sure about. And as the Irish, I just couldn't do it. Couldn't keep up the West Country all the way through.
So he does something to the field.
Not sure what.
He some sort of magic, maybe, or does he put something into the soil?
I think it's magic.
And that's it. That's all he does. Just put something in the field, and that's it.
Well, no, he's been motivating a few of the lads to do a bit more work than they have in the past.
Motivating them how?
I don't know how he does it. I've been giving away the secret.
Any lads in particular that were unmotivated before and now they're turned around?
Oh, definitely. A few of the lads before were hopeless. We couldn't get them to do any work, no matter how much we tried. Whereas now, well, they're still out sowing the fields.
Late
The
at night.
rest of us, well, he's, as I say, he's persuasive.
Certainly seems that way. Well, these lads, do they, other than working a lot harder than they used to be, do they seem to be different in any way? Changed somehow? Or?
Well, hard to say, really. But, well, they seem, as I said, a bit more focused.
So while we were speaking with Umberto, he mentioned about troublemakers in the village and how most of the troublemakers seem to have gone away. I suppose that's what you were describing there. But he mentioned someone by the name of Friedrich. You wouldn't know who that is, would you?
One of the others pipes up. Nope. Ain't been a Friedrich in this village since, and then very quickly stops. Roll me a perception, Rulin.
24.
Someone has very clearly just kicked this guy under the table.
Turn to the barkeep and just shout, another round.
The drinks very quickly brought over, and again, are drunk with great satisfaction. You could kind of smell from the kind of passing of the tankards. For it's fairly strong cider.
So, this Friedrich, it couldn't possibly be the same person Umberto was talking about. If
roll me a persuasion.
18.
So a little bit emboldened by the drink, and clearly not so keen on his friend shutting him up. The other one goes, as I was saying, ain't been a Friedrich around here since last one got executed.
Executed?
It was a bad one, that one.
What did he do to deserve execution?
I dabbled in the dark arts, did Friedrich.
Did he now? That's that is quite a horrific thing.
I could never prove it, though. But he was a bad one.
What exactly was he accused of?
Selling livestock that weren't exactly livestock, if you catch my drift.
What on earth would he do with something like that?
Wow, beats me.
Crispy, can I sense any illusion magic?
Roll me an Arcana.
That'd be quite a few. 27?
Yes, although not emanating from the tavern. Readings you get from here are quite faint. Distant, if you will.
From the tower, I'm guessing.
That's definitely one of the readings, but not all of them.
Now that's interesting. How about the townsfolk? Do they give off any illusionary?
None of them in the tavern do.
Okay. Torik's gonna try and slip out as Roland's talking to these fellas, and I'm gonna try and find another source of where that's coming from.
So, Tarek, it's not a hard task for you to disengage from this group of villagers and slip away. As you kind of follow this kind of slight trace of magic, the direction it's taking you in is towards the field.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's take a look at those crops. Is it coming off the crops? Is the bountiful? Is the good nature of it an illusion?
Roll me another Arcana.
Oh shoot! I get advantage. Can I get advantage?
Because you're a gnome, yeah.
Yeah. Love you. That did not help much, but 14?
So, kind of bending down and examining these seeds, you don't really see anything different about them from what you would assume a normal seed looks like. They don't give off any auras of such.
And what of the fruit? Like the corn? Were they growing? Sorry.
They were planting wheat by the looks of it. So yeah, it's largely the grain that you're looking at here, and yeah, it doesn't give off any strong auras of any magics.
My thoughts were just, what if he was using illusion magic to color or make the stuff look more vibrant than it actually is, and everyone's really just taking part in like rotten food. But that's kind of fallen through. Damn, there's something about this field though. If only I had Triss with me.
So as you're thinking this, the work party who are sewing are quickly coming back towards you, clearly on their way to another field. So roll me a stealth.
14?
Yeah, so they're clearly focused on their work, and they go past, leaving you alone in the field, undisturbed.
Does anything about them seem unnatural?
For that, you would have to roll me an insight.
Yeah. Rolling a lot of dice. None of them good. Nat 0.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, farm folk are a mystery unto you, a seasoned scholar.
It's just going to be revealed later, like, oh, they're robots. It's like, how did I not see that?
But yeah, they quickly pass and start work in another field. Although by now the sun has already set, it's getting quite dark.
Damn. Alright, I guess I'm done here for now. But I will be telling Triss what I felt.
Okay. So you work your way back into the tavern, and again, it's quite easy to do it fairly unnoticed. No one really pays you much bother, and you inform Triss of what you've just discovered.
Should we go back and have another look?
I don't think I'm going to be much use for it. I can't tell what's wrong. I know something is amiss. Something is quite wrong here. Many, many procs of illusion magic about the town, actually. I think that someone has been sowing seeds of illusion in some way. I can't figure out what. Got my gnome blood boiling. Perhaps your vision will be able to unearth something.
Okay. I'll go and have a look at it. Before Triss leaves, she's gonna grab Havel and encourage him to come with her. bring your glass with you if you need, but would you come with me?
Harold is blackout drunk, incapable of speech.
Oh, that's what we're going with now. It's muted.
Is that what we're calling it now?
Sorry. I was
Right.
I just love how Guy's impression of Jace is a pirate.
Yeah, I thought he was kind of going fucking like Vladimir Rasputin. Yes.
Okay, let's go and have a look at those crops.
Before we continue, I do have a joke, a very bad joke that I want to share.
Okay, that has been noted. A pause has been taken. You may proceed.
What's a pirate's favourite letter?
Go on, I'll bite. Is it R?
That's what you might think, but as everyone knows, a pirate's true love is the sea.
Love that joke, yes.
Paul to the Corinthians.
How many death saving throws do I have you roll for that? Is the question.
You got a
Everyone
solid
in the bar just
8.5
turns
from me.
around and like batters it.
It's just like the whole tavern just piles on that. Okay, so Triss, you kind of grab Havel and head out towards the fields. Torek, who are you going with?
Nah, with those two sneaking off, like I feel that 3 people is like kind of noticeable. I don't think I'd get away with it again. Like if those two are just sneaking off, people would be like, "Oh, maybe they're going for a bit of rumpy pumpy or something," you know. If no one's going with them, like people will start turning heads and thinking, well, "Okay." Just Torek in the wardrobe.
What about Triss in the wardrobe?
Well, you have your suspicions after the events you've missed and constant innuendos.
Right, we'll go and have a quiet look at the crops.
Mm-hmm. So the crops themselves, they're ordinary grain. You detect no magic from them.
Okay, but he said something about seeds, didn't he?
Yeah, so these are the kind of corn seeds, if you will, that are being spread around the grain.
And then was it the fruit as well that had?
No, I have no idea where Torek's pulled fruit out of. But,
the corn husks that had. Which were the things that came up a little bit weird?
Torek just got a direction, but from what you're getting, none of the crops are actually giving off any magic.
Havel, do any of these look weird to you?
Do they look weird to Havel?
Roll me in nature, if you will.
That is the question. And this is the answer. I'm going to imagine they look pretty fine.
Yeah, you can't really see anything noticeably different with any of these. They're all kind of as you'd expect them to be.
Okay.
How does the soil look?
Freshly tilled, not too long ago. Ideal planting conditions, and not nearly as stony or rocky as the Elderman said that the village had once been.
So if I cast Identify, stood here at the edge of the cornfield, which direction do I get a reading from?
Towards the work party who are currently out sowing the last remaining field.
I really wanted Crispy to be like, you identify this is a field.
Okay, so it's more the workers than the crops.
Murder hobo time. Let's do it.
Maybe not.
They are being productive. It seems unfair to kill them while they're busy.
It's harder to investigate when people are alive.
That's a good point. Let's kill them and I'll talk to the dead spirits.
Oh,
Chest.
okay, I'm not there.
Clarification. Okay. On observing the workers, do they look strange in any kind of way? And was it an illusion magic that I've read from them?
It was illusion magic, and they look. The only thing that you can really see strange about them is how kind of committed they are to getting this field planted. They're really kind of labouring long after most farmers would have packed it in for the day.
Okay, Havel, you might want to back off a little bit. I think we're going to eyeball these guys.
Yeah, cool.
Go back to your drink. Don't worry about it. Once Havel's kind of out of range, I'm gonna get myself nestled in the crops, and I'm gonna belly button them.
So Triss, as you kind of unveil your eye, and you start to see the world in that weird tinge that's almost indescribable in its kind of tone and colour. As you cast your eyes out over to this field, you kind of gasp a little bit as you suddenly see a line of skeletal figures spreading out corn across the land.
Oh shit.
You can see that whilst animated, they contain no traces of the soul, the vibrant colour of which you've come to be able to identify when using this eyeball to view.
Oh, Torek was right. Necromancy. Shit.
Still
Right.
was right.
I was actually saying robots, but
Oh,
sure.
sorry, Braxton. Sorry, Braxton.
I mean, necromancy, robotics, you know what?
Same as Chris.
To be fair, after having worked in a robotics lab, can confirm it is necromancy.
Okay. Is there anything else going on with these guys? Also, do I have a view from the tavern from where I'm at?
View of the tavern.
Yeah.
So you turn around, you can see the tavern, but you can't really see through the walls at this range.
Damn. Is there anywhere I can stand and see through a window from a distance into the tavern?
You reckon you could probably sneak up and get an angle?
Right. Cover up the belly button quickly, skedaddle and get into a nice close vantage point, or close-ish vantage point, so I can see through a window at some of the other villagers.
It seems that they're fairly normal townsfolk. You can see they all are both alive and well and in possession of their souls.
I see. Okay. I'm gonna go back in after covering up belly button. And I will tune into Braxton, and let him know that he was right. Not everyone is a skeleton, but the people still out in the fields are definitely no longer alive humans. They don't have their souls anymore.
Sometimes I hate being right. If they are skeletons and the people in this tavern recognize the people, where are the real ne'er-do-wells?
That's a good question. Did we have rooms already here?
You had nice patches of hay on the floor.
Are we alone in the room?
No,
Are
it
you
is.
still in the room?
It is kind of one larger kind of room with these off in one corner. It's really not kitted out as a proper tavern.
Right. In that case, I go through everybody in turn, radio style, and let them know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Just a side note: the ne'er-do-wells is a really good name for a group, like D&D group or a band. That's
It's Tarek just coming up with his new kind of indie rock group. While
Maybe we
everyone's
can form our own Slayers band or something.
yeah.
Where's Shug? Not seen Shug for a while.
Hey, how hard can it be?
Hmm.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys one by one, you're all kind of brought up to speed by Triss.
Okay.
So
Well,
how do we find them? Braxton thinks that maybe the real people are being kept somewhere, I think.
I kind of hope that. The alternative is that is the real people.
Ooh. Slightly macabre.
so Ruland's still sat at the table with the guys.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say to one of them. So you mentioned the previous ne'er do wells and lazy so and so's. Where would I find one of these gentlemen? So perhaps discuss it directly with them.
Well, they're probably finishing up soon. He says, so drunk that he forgot he's from the West Country.
Get so drunk you get Irish.
Happens to the best of us.
Forgive the awkward question as well, but while we're here, we'd like to visit the local chapel, if there is one, and perhaps we should just look for a cemetery. Maybe that would point us in the right direction.
Yes, there's the old Saints Church out back. It's not big like, but it serves us well.
Okay. We'll pay it a visit at some point, and I'll tune into Radio Triss. There's a lot of dead. Perhaps he's been harvesting them from graves. Maybe he's not outright actually killing anyone, but rather just harvesting what was already in the ground.
Let's hope so. A little concerning if he is killing people. Maybe everyone else is working incredibly hard under threat of death.
But they don't seem to be frightened. They don't seem to. I'm not sure. Maybe they just don't know. These illusions are so effective that they just have no idea that this is going on around them.
Possibly. Okay.
Coupled with whatever he's doing to these previous layabouts, however he's motivating them chemically or magically or however it is, combined together, they just either don't care or they just don't see it.
Perhaps. Either way, it's giving me the screaming willies. I'm not enjoying this.
I still think we need to find this Friedrich. If he really was executed, as this gentleman said, well, perhaps he's little on the undead side.
Yeah, interesting that Master Humberto would want us to go and find him under, the potential that we might discover what he is, if he is.
But then this man did also say that there was never any proof of anything that Friedrich had done, any crimes that he'd committed. I mean, necromancy on the surface may seem like a terrible and evil thing, but it's not necessarily always. Well, it's not. It may not necessarily be an evil man to do it. I suppose there could be less damaging applications. I mean, this Friedrich was using animals. He wasn't using human subjects. Maybe he's a little more or a little less
Possibly. I feel like
evil as Umberto.
we're very deep into speculation land, but I think, yeah, we need to find this guy.
Yeah.
Anyone got any ideas how we go about that? I mean, how would you hide from this? Where would you go?
Good question. I have no idea.
Well, ask one of the farmers, I guess. This Friedrich you mentioned before. These experiments that this necromancy or this death magic he was dealing with. Did he have a house or an area where he worked, where he did this stuff?
He was always a bit of a strange one, was Friedrich. He lived a little away from the village, down over towards the lake. Truth told, not many of us go that way now.
It's very helpful. Thank you for taking time to speak with us. Enjoy the rest of your drinks.
Well, thanks for buying.
No problem. How much did that cost me, by the way?
The drinks, not much. Will cost you about 2 gold pieces.
Okay. Well, I think with everything that's going on, it's probably best we not set out to confront a necromancer in the dead of night.
A
Maybe we
potential
should wait.
necromancer, or a
A
potential
potential
reanimated
necromancer.
skeleton.
Perhaps we
Either
should
way.
leave it till the morning.
Sleep does seem sensible.
Daylight may seem sensible.
Yes. As well as that.
Okay, so eventually, tavern starts to die down as people go home. You guys find yourself a nice pile of hay to settle into. As you say, it's not the best place you ever stayed, but as Trish pointed out, it is also not the worst by quite a bit.
Think of a couple of prison cells.
Yeah, it's warm, it's dry, it's it's better than a lot of people have it. So
It's probably more comfortable than where Titus is right now as well.
probably is, or cold, alone, scared.
I don't think cold would.
Yeah, that's true. I guess.
Maybe even warm. That would probably be worse.
Even the dampest of dungeons is actually probably quite a nice reprieve from the Ilfari and Bath Titus, actually, thinking about it. But yeah, so you guys get a good night's sleep. You're at a tavern, so you get your benefit of a long rest. And you guys kind of wake up early the next morning, but not as early as the work party that appears to be out again tending to the crops.
Does it look like the same work party that we saw last night?
It does.
Okay.
So they work quite incessantly.
You have to wonder if they stopped working.
Crispy, your microphone's doing that.
Oh,
thing.
is it? Hopefully it'll sort itself out. But yeah, so you guys wake up, and you can see now that actually a lot of these villagers who were in the tavern last night aren't really doing massive amounts of labour. They're kind of lots of them are sitting around making and mending things, but very few of them are actually out working the fields.
Well, straight to see this Frederick, or maybe we should take a look at this this chapel over here, see if any of the graves have been disturbed.
Yeah, sure. So you guys are able to find the chapel. Again, it's kind of fairly obvious as it stands out from just being a dwelling place. As the villagers said, it's not huge. But you can see that at the side there is, in fact, a local graveyard. And, there are a good number of headstones there. Seems to have been used for a while.
Does the earth look to be disturbed in any way, or?
Roll me an investigation.
Uh, 16.
You can tell that it has been, but not recently.
Are there any recent graves?
Not as far as you can tell.
It's probably like the oldest one here.
The oldest gravestone looks to...
Oh, sorry, sorry, I should say the most recent, excuse me.
Oh, the most recent one.
Yeah.
It looks like, it was probably about a year ago, maybe.
So no one's died for a while, or if anyone has died, perhaps their bodies or spirits have been put to work. On to visit Frederick?
So,
Anyone, any other ideas before we go?
Nope.
Not really. I mean, we could investigate like when he was executed and stuff like that. But honestly, like,
Well,
yeah,
that's a good point. Is there a grave for Frederick?
that's a good question.
So you look around and are hidden away at the back somewhere, with not even a headstone, just a very tiny, small plaque. Lies a grave, the owner of which is claimed to be one Friedrich Pelissier.
Friedrich Pelissier.
And you note the date of his demise was quite some time ago. Over 200 years, to be exact.
Ooh.
Oh my god, that's why he wants us to track this guy down, because he's an animated skeleton and he's broken protocol.
I have a quick query. The amulet to speak to the dead.
Mm-hmm.
What are the stipulations for that to work? Do I have to be able to see them?
You're going to need a dead body.
Right. So, standing over their grave and hoping that there's a dead body underneath is not enough.
I mean, you do have telepathy.
You could certainly try it. However, as you kind of fund the amulet and try and get to work, you get no response.
Okay.
So, we're going to dig up the grave? Torek has a tiny shovel.
Just ready to go. Yeah.
Let's
200
Like
years,
one of
that's
those-
technically archaeology, not grave robbing.
This is Tarek shoveled
Don't worry,
one
I
of
have
those
a
spades you get when
PhD.
you go to the seaside.
Like a bucket.
Plastic one, yeah.
It's one of those plastic spoons you get when you get a pinball from the ice cream lady.
Shut up!
It's a respectable profession.
Otherwise, it's not even a shovel, it's just like a fork. Why do they sell forks by the beach? It's not like they're going to be doing irrigation. Who goes to the beach to play farmer, honestly? Anyway.
So yes, Tarek is standing eagerly with his shovel.
So let's go and check out his house before we go digging up any graves. If we have issues, we'll come back and try that, I suppose.
Or I could get digging, and you guys do the other thing.
Somehow I don't think that'll make us all that popular. I don't know, but what are the thoughts of the rest of the group? Anybody?
It's not good practice to dig up a grave.
Plus, if he's been 200 years dead, much there to find, maybe.
Well, I think there'd be. This is my profession. I haven't used this shovel in years. Come on, please.
Please. Please, let me dig up the body.
I'm gonna tap Braxton on the whatever bit of chest plate I can reach and just be like, "Don't worry, I'm a professional."
I've got horizons.
Actually, this would be a Braxton thing. I mean, are you gonna let him disturb the dead? It's quite a sacred sort of thing, isn't it?
It's pretty sacred.
It is actually one of the features I rolled up for Torek at the very beginning. I've got no qualm with robbing the dead.
Why does this not surprise me?
I mean, archaeologist is basically, robbing the dead.
Science.
You don't only rob from the dead, you actually rob the dead.
Grave robbing, but with science.
Professionals have standards.
Torek on the phone to his parents.
Yeah. No, Dad wants a profession, the other's a looter. So, the big question is Tarek digging a hole? Well, more importantly, is anybody going to stop Tarek digging a hole?
I want to watch Tarek dig this hole. I want to watch him dig 6 feet on his own.
To be fair, yeah.
That's a pretty hefty task for one gnome.
I've got a spare like 18 hours. Let's do this.
Oh god, I'm leaving you here. Whatever you're doing, I want to check out this house. If you want to dig up a grave,
I'm gonna take the same initiative. If it happens and I don't see it, then that's okay.
The blind eye
You are the best
Yeah.
type of paladin, my dude.
Ah, good point. Havel will hide in the nearest tree and watch.
I
I was never there.
Okay, so Tristan Braxton, you can't leave Tarek to it. You don't want to be there, Braxton, as he starts defiling the grave. That would cause all sorts of problems for you.
yes.
So the villagers kind of did give you a rough direction in the tavern last night, pointing you down towards what appears to be a fairly dense patch of forest. Anybody else going with them?
Yeah.
Alrighty, so really, you tag along. And as you guys move away from the village, the forests here seems to be very dense. It's pretty hard going to push your way through a kind of like what was once a path is now like pretty much entirely overtaken by quite thick vines. Braxton gets to the point where you actually kind of take out your arming dagger and start to have to kind of cut a path down as you go. But as you get slightly further into the woods, you start to kind of see a whole host of these kind of orange gourd-like plants sprouting on these vines. You've not really seen them before. You don't really pay them much note. It can't be expected of you to know every plant and vegetable in the Elefari Empire, but you push on, and as you keep on going, these gourds seem to be getting just larger and larger. It seems that whatever ground is down here is clearly quite good growing potential in it. But after about half an hour of this, the lake appears in view, kind of in the distance, but you can see the ruins of what appears to be a house, and it appears to be underneath a absolutely massive orange gourd. And in front of this house, you can see, with his back turned to you, a solitary figure trying to tend to a horse. Roll me a perception, Braxton.
It's a straight 11.
Even at this distance, it is very noticeable. This chap has one distinct feature about him, and that is that his head is tied at a belt loop.
Ah.
He has nothing perched atop his shoulders.
Okay. Do you guys see that? I think this is our guy.
Our 200-year-old dead friend.
I suppose we don't need the eyeball to tell us that, yeah, we were right about a couple of things.
He's kind of busy trying to kind of stimmy this horse. This thing's big. This is kind of Shire horse sizes we're talking here, but the coat is charcoal black, and the thing is clearly quite aggressive. But it, after a while, it does settle under its under the command of this thing. And as you sit and watch, another figure emerges from out amongst these gourds, and you can kind of see a very wiry figure, clad in some sort of robe garment of some sort, appear and say something or other, or communicate in some way with this figure. And the two of them kind of engage in conversation for a while, but at this range you can't really work out what's being said.
Might be a bit redundant, but can I cast Detect Magic and see what kind of thing's going on here?
Triss, there is necromancy afoot, along with a little bit of druidcraft.
Aha! Ching ching. Okay. Should we get a little closer? Go and introduce ourselves, maybe?
Definitely, let's get closer.
Everybody roll me a stealth. Oh, well, sorry, you three, roll me a stealth.
Oh, Braxton.
Followed by an initiative.
Why did Braxton come on this stealth mission?
So 28, does that do it?
Oh my god.
That is such a shame, Rich.
Oh no!
That's a 3.
Sugar.
Burson, you maneuver yourself expertly through the vines, only for your foot to go down on a smaller, unseen one of these gourds. Proceeds to give way underneath your heavily booted foot. The insides are slippy enough that you kind of go face first down into the growth in front of you, with the clamour of plate mail. And this obviously grabs a lot of attention. These two figures immediately break off their conversation and kind of stare at you. And you hear this figure kind of, as he sees you. Visitors at this hour? I was not expecting company, not from the village. Step out of the shadows. Let me see you.
Follow the instruction and step forwards.
Out of curiosity, Triss got a 15. Was that a pass?
A 15 just about did it, and yeah, Rulin, you're okay. So at this point, Braxton, you are the only one in scrutiny here.
Triss is going to tune into Rulin and just say, stay out of sight for now. I'll step out with Braxton.
Okay.
So you two, you make your way out into what appears to be a little bit more of an open patch here. You do not appear to be the common folk. No,
We
I
didn't
would
mean to
wait.
interrupt your afternoon.
And yet here you are. But never mind, it is not you I have issue with. Take my advice, mortal. I would walk far, and I would walk away from the village.
Is it Master Humberto that you have an issue with, perchance?
As you say that name, the kind of figure's eyes flare up with just iridescent hatred. That fool is no master. He's barely an apprentice.
Despite us not wanting to intrude too much, have you got a little time to talk to us?
I have other things to do, mortal. You test my patience.
My apologies about that. He sent us after you. I assume it's you he sent us after. But of course, given the situation, we didn't want to come in guns blazing. It seems dreadfully rude.
It seems, but he is not quite as idiotic as he looks, sending others in his stead. I have no quarrel with you. I have my grievances with him.
Triss is a little bit stumped. She kind of looks desperately to Braxton in the hopes that he might have some ideas of what to ask to not rile up this guy.
This, I've forgotten his name.
Humberto?
Yeah, that's the one. Humberto, we've spoken to him. He seems to be trying to achieve something similar to what you have here. I can see that you have obviously influenced these crops to be extremely bountiful. He Does he have some sort of other motive for this? I find it strange that he just comes to a very small village to help boost its productivity.
He is like most scholars. He cares for the information he gets. I have no doubt that the well-being of the peasants is a secondary concern. But he is a fool, and he has insulted my work and my memory, and I will have my vengeance. I would suggest that you do not interfere.
I don't think we plan to interfere. We have been sent from elsewhere to chase up taxes from the village. That is all.
Is that so? Well, it seems that our goals need not coincide at all. You can be assured that once I'm finished with Humberto, he will be in no position to block any further tax payments. Or do much else for that matter.
So can we assume that once you have enacted your revenge and completed your task, that normal service will resume for the village?
I have no interest in the common folk here. I've been dead long enough to let any old grievances about my execution pass. And as it happens, this form isn't too bad.
Okay. In that case, perhaps we could assist you if you would like.
Assist me how?
You said you wanted your revenge?
I see. You mean to do Humberto in as well?
Well, it might serve both of our purposes. This is purely speculation at this stage, though, you understand.
He thinks about this for a moment. Very well, mortal. Take this to Humberto. And he kind of slides a ring off one of his fingers and tosses it to you, Triss. Tell him that you found that here. I'm sure his curiosity will lure him away. He's not one to deny knowledge.
Okay. Thank you very much.
The horse kind of whinnies a bit, and Friedrich kind of moves to steady it, his kind of head bobbing at his hip. But as you look down, this ring is clearly of quite an old design. Yeah, it's ornate. Clearly, Friedrich in life was reasonably wealthy to afford something of this caliber.
So we're finally determining that there's no danger going on. Rulen will kind of step out into the open.
More of you?
Just the one. We hope you understand, but we couldn't be sure about exactly what we would face coming out here.
A wise precaution.
This rivalry between yourself and Umberto, where exactly did it stem from?
That cretin, he wouldn't let me peacefully lie. He reanimated me into this, just so he could question me about my practices, try to bind me to his will. Not I. I broke free from his control. He could not compete with my superior will. Now he is scared that I will quite rightfully end him for his insolence.
I see. There was, well, I didn't see it myself, but just perhaps you could explain to him in greater detail what was happening in the field. Perhaps there's anything you know about it.
Triss will give him a description of the workers, the skeleton workers.
Trivial necromancy a child could perform. He is no master, as they call him. Little more than a charlatan.
So, if Umberto were to be killed, the magic would cease. The village could go back to the way it was before.
Yes, those are thralls to his will now. They lack the souls they once possessed or need to operate autonomously.
Could those souls be used by Umberto to do harm?
The souls? No, they're long gone. He hasn't the power to shackle the souls. The bodies? Perhaps.
So we'd need to hit him quickly by surprise before he has a chance to call up any reinforcements.
Yes, that's why I suggest you lure him here.
Yes. And then once Umberto's dealt with, what exactly will you do? You said you don't care much for the villagers, but you won't seek to continue his research and do the same thing with this village?
No, this village does not hold any interest to me. I will go elsewhere. I will do other things.
Okay. Roland, did you have any other questions before we head back?
Oh, I suppose one more thing. You wouldn't happen to know what kind of magic Umberto could do on the living? Some of the workers in the village seem to be under some kind of manipulation. They're not quite themselves. People who once were lazy and troublesome are now pacified and work harder than ever. It's rather bizarre.
Does not sound like magic I know. But it was not my specialty.
No. Quite. Right. Well, we'll see about setting up this trap.
I will be waiting, mortals.
Yes.
Does the way he keeps on calling us mortals cause some concern?
I mean, it's fairly derogatory from the kind of tone he uses.
Okay. In terms of like magic usage and him being a reanimated corpse, how problematic could he be? Would we have any idea?
No,
Okay,
not from looking at him.
let's head back to the village.
Just realised Torik's digging up an empty grave.
Yes.
I was about to say, Torik is going to be like,
Havel is
he would have
casually
started.
watching as well.
He would have started off by like sprinkling a water pouch over the soil, and he's going to be like saying some stuff in Gnomish, and then like saying it in English. He's going to be like, "Come on, little worms, loosen that dirt for me. I know you can understand."
Shit. Oh god.
And Havel's suddenly thinking to himself, man, I should have gone with the others.
Oh yikes. On our
This is
way
nowhere
back.
near as entertaining as I thought it was going to be.
Does anyone have any way of sending word to let Torik know that there is going to be absolutely no body in that grave?
I'm not sure if I do.
Nope. But by the time you get back, I'm pretty sure he won't be finished.
Hey guys, I just thought, once I've dug this hole, how am I going to get out?
Havel's going to be. Oh, wait, no, he won't be all the way down yet, will he? Oh.
How
So-
could he
I just had
even
this
know?
image of like Torik being in the grave and being like, guys! Havel just sitting there completely silent.
Yeah. So yeah, Havel, you've kind of watched as Tark has kind of made, to be honest, more headway into this than you were expecting him to have. Yeah, it's still a long way to go, but you know he's probably about 3 foot down, which fairly impressive, to be honest.
Goes to show what determination can do for you, I suppose.
Um,
On our way back, can I cast Identify on that ring just to double check that there's nothing kind of going on with it?
it is a signet ring bearing a crest and nothing more.
Okay. Rylan, do you recognise this crest?
Do I?
Roll me a history.
Let's do that. 6.
No, you do not. It appears to be a very minor house of some sorts.
There are many houses among the Bilithori Empire. Some of them come and go. Could be an old one that's no longer around.
It was just to satisfy my curiosity more than anything. Let's go back and see how much Torik has caused trouble and see what the others think about what we do next.
Sounds good.
Okay, so you guys make your way up. It's a lot easier going back now that kind of the path has already been cleared. But yeah, you find Torik kind of halfway down this hole of his.
How's the entertainment, Rylan? Havel?
Slow and noisy.
Come on, little wormies, help me dig.
Havel, casts both animal friendship and talk to animals on a nearby worm and just get all the worms to fucking attack Torik.
No, Torik can already talk to small or tinier creatures.
I thought you couldn't speak to enough, I thought you could only imply.
Well, I think that the song is helping getting my message across.
Both of you, roll me a contested charisma roll, please.
Yes.
Come on, little wormies.
Absolutely.
The flash of genius. No. What was that? Nature.
Just charisma, just flat out charisma.
Oh no. I got a -1 modifier to charisma.
Mhm.
Mine's a flat.
So what does that come to? I was tabbed out.
Mine's 13.
13 versus... Guy?
Oh, like 6.
Um,
Yeah, even if you flash a genius, you'd still be fucked.
in a very unusual fashion, Torek, the worms respond quite badly to your singing. They're usually quite, quite taken by it, but these ones are flopping menacingly around in the bottom of your hole.
Menacingly.
That was menacing word.
Oh god.
Oh, what's got you all so riled up, honestly? Let me dig, it's literally your existence! Wormies!
Roland takes a look at everything that's going on here and just turns around and walks down to the tavern. Got absolutely no interest in watching Torek fight with the worms.
Oh, maybe it's worth noting at this stage that there's going to be no body at the bottom of that grave.
How do you know that?
We found him. He's out by the lake.
Yeah, shit.
He was more friendly than I expected an animated corpse to be, admittedly.
Oh. Well then.
I mean, he's not
I
really
look at
evil.
Braxton and I go, now I know you don't like digging up graves, but how about piling them back in?
Either way, it's not really a grave that you're digging now, so be my guest.
See, don't want to help me? Flipping heck.
Are you?
Like he like grumbles and like climbs out of the grave and starts like packing the dirt back into the hole.
Triss is going to use Mage Hand to help, but not lift an actual finger to help.
Yeah, so Mage Hand proceeds to put in literally a handful of soil at a time. It's making like negligible difference, but at least you're doing more than Havel. So
She's going to sit next to
Still sat
Havel.
there watching. Yeah.
just like this is a great day out for you, Havel, just watching this unfold.
Yes, I understand. Being a lady and all, you wouldn't want to get down and dirty with my profession. It can be quite dirty at times. Like Torek, like wipes his hands, like it just caked in mud.
Yeah.
Either that, or you're just being lazy.
Yeah, no, it's definitely I don't want the dirt under my nails.
Yes,
Of
don't it.
course.
But what about the mage hand's nails?
He's pretty good at cleaning up. I'll prestidigitate him.
I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Not
Isn't
that-
magic weird?
Not that I could do that myself and it wouldn't make any difference. But there we go. Slight loophole.
Oh dear. Thanks for helping me out. I mean, technically I could just leave it as a mount, but, you know, OCD.
So yeah, you guys fill this in. Does take a little bit of time, but nowhere near as long as it took Torek to dig the damn thing. You,
I have worms on my side.
yeah, so they kind of fill you guys in with what just happened and what they saw and kind of what the plan is. So I guess you guys need to go and kind of present the bait.
If that's what we're doing. I assume we're taking the side of the reanimated corpse in this bizarre, situation.
Well,
I trust you guys to make the informed choice. You're the one who actually talked to him.
I think part of the problem is that we don't really know for certain that Umberto's really actually hurting people. He's sort of using them against the will-ish. When they don't really know what's going on, but we haven't really found any dead bodies or damning evidence. He's just using. I don't know where he's getting the undead from, but it is obviously suspicious. But maybe we go speak to Umberto, snoop around a little bit more, and then give him the ring and continue on.
My only thought was, if we do this, then things go back to normal, and things continue. It looks like perhaps Umberto was struggling without Friedrich to assist, so maybe he wasn't ever going to be successful.
True. Could be
Two birds,
that
one stone.
he'll only get more extreme as time goes on, and he'll end up really doing some serious harm to the villagers. Even if we just simply kick him out, he'll just go somewhere else and do the same thing again.
Yeah. I don't know. My verdict would be just to deliver the ring and see how things play out from that.
I think I'm in that boat. The fact that Triss saw skeletons as the people who were like behaving previously, that's quite damning in the side of Humberto.
Do we know that that's what they were, though? That they are actually the skeletons of the previous kind of native?
Well, either way, he's either kidnapped the people or killed the people.
Yeah, true. Okay.
So, you guys have kind of been chatting about this for a while. Tarek has kind of filled in his hole, leveled it out. So the tower is still kind of there. It's clearly been a while since Humberto moved in. The tower has probably reached the point where the saturation of illusion magic has actually caused it to take kind of form here. But I take it you guys are going to make your way over and have a chat to Humberto.
I think so.
So again, the door is unlocked, so you were able to kind of enter with no problems. And as the kind of previous day, the kitchen is still kind of reasonably not messy as such, but just disorganized. Triss, the book that you still can't place, is still on that table. The room, as you head upstairs and you make your way into the study, Humberto, he kind of greets you. There you are. Have you had any luck with our little problem?
Before Triss heads up, Umberto's upstairs, isn't he?
Yes.
Could I try and steal the book?
You can definitely steal the book because no one's there to see you do it.
Oh, perfect. Cool. Pop it in the bottom of the basket
Mm-hmm.
and head up.
Okay, so you follow the others up. It doesn't look too unnatural. There's a little bit of a delay between Torek and you at the stairs there. It seems that Humberto is kind of more concerned about seeing whether you guys have managed to help him out here.
Someone else should probably do the talking.
Triss has the ring, right?
Oh yeah, I'll pop that on the table on his desk.
He
Found him.
he picks this up. Where did you find this?
We were given it by Friedrich to pass on to yourself.
You found him?
He was at home with his horse and his gourds and stuff. I
That's
assume he's the guy
good.
with his head hanging off his belt.
I might have failed to mention that part, but you seem like capable fellows.
It takes quite a lot to rattle us.
Yes, I thought as much. Slayers and all that have a bit of a reputation.
It seems he's not willing to come back into the village. He said, send this back and you will have to come and speak to him yourself.
No, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. At least, not alone. If you come with me, I'm sure we can be done with him.
Sorry, be done with him?
Well, if he's not willing to cooperate, then you can't just let him walk around. You saw him.
He seemed to be doing quite well with his garden patch and things like that.
Well, yes, but that's good for him, but bad for us.
Bad for you how, exactly?
He's... Well, have you not seen him? You can't let an abomination like that walk free.
Trissa's going to take this a little bit personally. A little bit of an abomination herself. She's just going to give him a bit of a glare. And then kind of look to Rulon and Braxton, who've kind of been a bit involved with speaking to Friedrich, and sort of motion them forwards before she says anything that'll get her in trouble.
Well, it's I think Rulon's a bit caught off guard. He probably wasn't expecting Triss to be so honest about everything.
Yeah.
We maybe should have come up with more of a plan before we came in, but there we go.
Yeah. Well,
His free will scares you, doesn't it?
this Friedrich, he seemed quite a peculiar character, certainly. And well, it does represent a rather dangerous foe. We could assist you with dealing with him for a
Yes.
price, maybe.
That would be good. We can put him down once and for all.
But yeah, we'd have to make sure to do it the right way.
Well, it's obviously a matter that you're going to be expert in as to the right way to do it, but as long as he stays dead this time.
Yes, and you wouldn't know how to go about fighting a necromancer, any weaknesses he might have.
I imagine something this chap here will be good at, and he gestures to Braxton.
What about the magic that keeps him sort of undead? Is there anything special about it?
At this point, largely what's keeping him animated is his own hatred.
He did seem pretty angry, I suppose.
And what exactly could your role be in the ensuing fight? Is what are you capable of?
My role? I'm not going to fight. That's why I'm paying you.
But you will come down with us to observe.
I don't think so. As I say, why hire slayers and go fight myself?
Well, you may be able to offer some insight into Frederick, and while you're there, you could assist with the fight. So, at least offer some advice.
I think you overestimate my abilities. I'm not a combatant.
Yeah.
He's clearly quite reluctant to go and face Friedrich, it seems.
Uh-huh. So I'll look at Triss. And,
Wait,
Tune into Radio Rulin.
okay.
hey, so much for the ambush. You kind of just gave that away.
Sorry.
Now we're really going to struggle to get him down there now. So we're probably just going to have to deal with him here.
Has anyone got anything that can turn back time? Did I remember one of us having something that could turn back time?
I can click my stopwatch and watch you make the same mistake again.
That's not gonna
I cast Retcon at level 4.
That's a DM class exclusive.
Kick Triss in the face.
Something we don't know is how he motivates the lazy people into work. My theory is that he executes them and then reanimates them.
Mm.
If that's the case, we should probably kill him instead. Because, yeah.
Is this a conversation that we're all having amongst our own heads now, or is it?
I
I
assume
would-
so. I kind of imagine Triss tuning into someone and then kind of going through the ranks to see if anyone else has anything to kind of contribute.
Like,
I love the thought of doing that and just standing there in silence where we all look badass and it's just in our minds we're just like, oh shit, what do we do?
yeah, it'd have to be a very, very quick thought before he starts getting suspicious.
I kind of give you guys the benefit of the doubt in that, thinking things is, considerably faster than having the same conversation verbally.
And one of us could maybe just still be continuing the conversation to make things look kind of like we're still,
So how do you like your eggs cooked, says Torek, just to keep things going or something.
Designated small talker.
Bullshit, yeah.
Okay, so Ruland's opinion is that the ambush idea has kind of gone out the window. We're not going to be able to convince him to go down into the forest, so we just need to take care of him here and now, probably. Before he gets a chance to summon up any of his guards. Because if we leave here now and don't come back with Friedrich's head, actually, that's a thought. We could just come back with Friedrich's head.
Borrow his head.
Then, he's going to have time to build up a defense and get ready for us. So,
how far was the edge of the village?
Probably from the tower to get to Friedrich's house or the actual edge of the village?
Both.
So to the edge of the village, not far, only couple of minutes walk. To Friedrich's house, probably an additional 25.
Okay. So, Rulin, everybody, as I tune in turn, I could just grab him and dimension door as far out as possible.
how far exactly would that get us? Sorry?
About 500 feet.
Wait, what was... Sorry, I missed that last bit. What was the actual distance to...
Edge of the village, probably looking at, about maybe a shade over 500 feet.
And then to the rest of the way to Friedrich would be...
miles, couple of miles.
How long did it take us to get there? Like a couple of hours?
25 minutes to get there.
25 minutes to get there, yeah.
What is the general moral compass of the Lithari Empire? Are they cool with reanimation?
Necromancy isn't really common enough to have a widespread kind of opinion around it.
Okay, so it's a bit more of like a political talking point then.
Yeah, it's not something that people generally think about. It's like going like, oh, what's the Welsh's opinion on unicorns or something. It's just like not a big part of their daily life.
There's a joke in there somewhere. I just can't find it.
I know a Welsh
Persian.
Persian. I don't know.
So yeah, he's you guys have kind of been discussing this for a little bit now. He's starting to get a little bit uneasy. You can see.
Get your together.
The
How do you motivate the undesirables? Do you execute them and reanimate them too?
What? No, I didn't do anything like that. Undesirables, that's just slang I use to refer to all the villagers dead from however long ago it's been. I haven't hurt anybody. I've just put to work the corpses that are just lying around in the graveyard.
So when the villagers say the ones who are slacking, they're talking about corpse.
When was the last time you saw an active corpse? Wait, don't answer that.
I mean, about half an hour ago, when we came through the village.
Tris, he said not to answer it.
I chose to ignore that part.
I'm just simply putting to use spare parts that have been prematurely disposed of. And look what it's done! The villagers, they live well. People aren't dying because accidents aren't happening as often as they were.
And what about Friedrich?
I reanimated him hoping that I might learn a few things, but it seems that just being alive again is enough to have irritated him to the point where he wants my guts.
How do you suppose the villagers would feel if they really knew exactly what you were doing?
What do you mean? They do.
They do.
It was the alderman who I first proposed the idea to. As you can see, they love it.
All day and all night.
Fucking damn moral ambiguity. Ah.
How are we going to deal with this?
Just tell him to pay his taxes and go home.
Not a bad
The-
idea.
But Friedrich's not just going to let it rest. Friedrich's going to want to come and get his revenge.
Oh,
Frederick doesn't have to be our fucking issue.
as long as the taxes are paid.
What would you do if Friedrich came to confront you?
Well, I'd probably try and hold him off as best I could with the serfs I have at hand, but it's likely that a lot of people will get caught up in the crossfighting.
Exactly.
Can you not just dismiss the spell?
Which spell would that be?
The one that made him get out the grave and start being mad?
No, he slipped my control a while ago.
So he's animating himself.
He has a very strong will.
Oh.
Interesting.
He did kind of explain that he did manage to slip kind of
Ah.
Umberto's control.
I guess we have something to decide. What's more important, the dignity of the dead or the needs of the living?
It's not really the dignity of the dead. The souls and spirits are gone. It's just kind of husks that are being
Except that one man.
puppeted. What, Friedrich?
Yeah.
Well, he's under his own control again. He can continue his work. He seems to be Well, he wasn't exactly happy that he was summoned in the first place, but he did say that, he was able to continue some of his work. We saw the gods, we saw everything there. Perhaps he could be persuaded to let the grudge lie, to let it go, to just move on somewhere else.
Well, you can try that. I don't know if you can convince a vengeful spirit to bury the hatchet.
If not, then the villagers are a concern. They are innocent in all this. It's between Frederick and Umberto, but Umberto was right. They could end up getting caught up in the crossfire.
Bless
Frederick comes storming through the village, then all the fighting that would ensue, the damage that could be done. Plus, the work that Umberto is doing here really is helping the village. Would it be wrong to allow Frederick to stop him from helping these people?
I'm really not the moral authority on whether to decide this, I feel. I kind of look slowly towards Braxton.
The fact
if
is,
anyone should be deciding what's ethically good or bad, maybe he should be doing it. Ish.
our quest as such was to make sure that the village turns in its taxes in order to ensure Titus's freedom. If we leave, Frederick could attack, could destroy the entire village. They may never pay their taxes, and therefore Titus will not go free. So we have to ensure this village is secure and that the village will pay their taxes and return to Lady Cyrene. Either way, Frederick has to be convinced to leave, or he has to be made to. Just let this rivalry go.
I suppose then we've come to an ultimatum. We either convince him or deal with him.
Or we walk away, inform Lady Serene, and let her come with her cavalry.
In the meantime,
that's bad show for a slayer, I must admit.
Not so much slaying, honestly.
Coming back, wah, one and dead.
Tarek again clearly has high professional standards.
I even forgot I was doing the Torek voice then. That was just me making a joke.
in all honesty, this is a tiny village, one of dozens that are under Lady Cyrene's control. I mean, in the last 2 months, they've owed 800 gold. And to a noble house, it's virtually nothing. The lady may not care if the village just simply is destroyed. She only cares about the fact that they've not paid. It's not the money itself. It's as she said, it's the message. She doesn't want other villages to get the same idea. If the village is destroyed, then that solves her problem either way. She won't care. She won't send anyone to help. Believe me, I know these people.
That's a good point.
We have to deal with Frederick. That's my opinion.
Why don't you try and negotiate with him? Then we can make a decision from there whether to leave him or kill him. I think that would be a better choice. And if he attacks us, self-defense.
Is there something we could give him? Something to make it worthwhile?
A return to the afterlife.
Thinking more.
Umberto kind of pipes up from a minute. I'd loathe to do it, but there is something he might be after.
Just, I like to imagine everyone's heads just simultaneously turn and look directly at him. You didn't mention anything.
Well, there's a book that I might have, say, borrowed from his. Well, I hesitate to use the term coffin. It was a little bit less impressive than that, but
Triss stiffens up. She kind of has a suspicion where it's going.
but it's a real treasure. I'd be loath to let it go so easily when you could just kill him.
Mhm.
Wait, we've got the key to the puzzle.
We've stolen the key to the puzzle.
Okay, well, we'll go and talk to him, and if needs be, we'll.
He stole the key from the puzzle in the first place. Turnabout is all good, fam.
As the saying goes.
Pretty sure that's exactly how it goes. Yeah.
Saying go.
Turnabout is all good, fam. Oh, fucking hell.
You missed the fart noise.
Oh, Jesus. Fucking hell.
Oops, I've got to head off now.
See you, Richard.
See you later.
Has dragged on a little bit longer than I was thinking.
Yeah,
Probably. Well, there's been a lot of discussion.
No, honestly, this has been great. We've gone a lot deeper than I was thinking we'd go.
I find this always happens when you put in like moral ambiguity into D&D. Like,
Yeah.
complicated games end up like going at a nice slow pace for just like deciding what we should actually do. It's like genuine decisions to make.
Rather than
Right.
fight, kill.
See ya.
See you later, Rich.
See you later.
Well, there are merits both ways. I think it's all about balance, and you know, we've had our fair share of bloodthirsty monsters after us, so yeah, this is refreshing.
Okay, so
Before we get any further into the video,
so yeah, we'll head back. Triss is just gonna tune in to let everyone know I've already stolen the book, so you know we're halfway there.
You've already. Okay.
I mean, I'm assuming it was this book that did seem to be the one. Out of curiosity, Crispy, were there any other books on the side that looked like they might have fit that description?
A lot of them seem to be fairly generic magical textbooks. This is the one that would be interesting to you.
Cool.
You still can't place it though, as to where it's come from.
That bugbear. Cool.
Alrighty, so off to have a chat with Frederick again. So it's easier to get back to his little what was once a house. Now that the path's kind of been cut, and as you approach, he's there waiting for you. Well, I see no Humberto.
No, he wasn't quite so keen on that. But we do have something of yours, or something that I think is yours. Triss is gonna rummage in the bag and hand him the book.
As you produce this, he kind of very briskly strides over, head bouncing along, and almost snatches this from your hand. This.
There was a deal that we like to propose to you. But you already hold the book now, but we would like for you to put a rest to your vengeance against Umberto, to not retaliate against him physically or otherwise. Take your book, leave this place, and continue your research.
He flicks through the book. You can see he's kind of examining the pages, making sure there's no real damage or that it is the one he's thinking of.
You are a true scholar. At the end of the day, your passion is your research. Is it worthwhile? Is it not more worthwhile to you to just simply leave and continue rather than seek pointless vengeance against this man?
As one who has not died, you cannot really speak about how pointless my vengeance is. But being dead has taught me the value of patience. Very well, mortal, I will accept your offer. He pockets the book, kind of very carefully. Anyway, it is good that this is back in my possession.
What? Forgive me, but what exactly is the nature of that book? What kind of power or knowledge is in there?
It's a set of research notes. One that I was given by a friend of mine a very long time ago.
There's more of your academia out there? More members of your academia?
There are a few of us, well placed, but we, as you say, we are scholars primarily. We do share our work, though. It is a real brotherhood, you might say.
Yes. Well, would you go and meet these people?
No, it is not something I'm going to be pursuing. I have my own agenda to work on now. Very well, mortals. I find it unlikely our paths will cross again, but do relay to Humberto that the next time we meet, he won't be as lucky.
Before we leave, could I have the author's name for that book?
Roll me a persuasion.
Freaking hell. That's 10.
No,
Plus 5.
plus 15. He
Yes! Torek activates your flowing cape.
he smirks a little bit. I think the alias you might best know him as would be Parfunia.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Now, I will be leaving, and as I promised, I will do no harm to Humberto, for now. But tell him, when his earthly time is done, I will be back for him, and I will put him through exactly the humiliation he has subjected me to.
Well, once he's passed, I suppose that's probably only fair.
Turnabout is all good.
I'm glad that we could come to a mutual arrangement.
And with that, he kind of swings his leg up onto this horse, kind of rears a little bit, and he pulls the reins to take control. Before kind of not quite a nod as such, but he grasps his head under one arm and slightly inclines it a little bit before setting off at a bit of a trot off in the other direction from the village.
Do you think having his head on his belt gives him headaches more frequently?
I think to an undead, maybe he probably doesn't feel it.
That's a good point.
I'm not an expert on the subject, though. Perhaps you could ask Umberto.
I'll store that away for future reference.
Alrighty. So, with Friedrich making good progress to destinations unknown, you have to break the good news to Umberto.
Yes.
Surprised who got rid of your skeleton problem.
You know that skeleton in your closet? Yeah, you're good.
He gone, fam.
All good, fam.
Don't worry about that book though, because that's also gone.
Well, that kind of was the deal, I guess.
He'll figure it out
Okay.
eventually. That's cool.
Mm.
Okay, so once more up to the village.
Yeah, I guess.
So yeah, you make your way up to the tower, and you can see that Humberto has kind of been eagerly anticipating your return. Well, have you done it? Is it sorted?
Yep. He's agreed to leave, and he's on his way.
Oh, that is good news. It's surprising, but good news.
Well, of course, he wasn't too happy, but I think the scholar in him saw sense, and he's gone on to continue his research.
Yes, well, I'm just relieved you won't be doing it here.
Yes. So you will continue with your current path?
But yes, why wouldn't I? It's proven to be highly successful. But yes, I see what you mean, and I'm sure you need something to take back to Her Highness. So I was saving this and hoping to put it towards some new equipment, but I suppose it'll keep that harpy off our backs for at least a little bit longer. Here, take it. It's what we owe her, not a copper more or copper less. He plonks a fairly sizable sack of gold down on the table in front of you, Ruland.
Oh. Well, yes, I'm sure she'll be satisfied that the debt is paid, and that will give the assurance that the village will pay up in future. She'll be happy with that, I think.
She'd better be, but I suppose you can never really tell with these aristocrat sorts.
No. Which can't.
Alrighty, so you mission accomplished in a roundabout sort of way.
Does that count as one of our 8 encounters of the day?
No, it was an encounter. It was, creative solution. Fair enough. So yeah, by the time this is done, you'll probably have to stay the night. It's getting on a little bit, but yeah, that won't be a problem. The tavern is there at your disposal. Then yeah, it's a short ride back to Powald. So unless anybody has anything they particularly want to do, we could just fast forward that a little bit because I'm conscious it's getting on a bit, and we probably want to wrap this up.
Yeah, I'm going to have to shoot off because I'm up stupid o'clock in the morning.
We'll tell you what. We'll do that. We'll leave us with you guys arriving back in Powald, and we'll carry on from there next time. But yeah, been a.
Alright.
Been a
After if you don't want to, but
no. I mean, it makes sense. The other bit would literally just be you guys going and chatting to Cyrene, but you can do that at the start of next session.
Yep.
Yeah, well done, guys. That was it got quite deep towards kind of the middle and the end there. I like how we could have just bypassed like an hour and a half of that by Braxton casting Divine Sense at like any point. But honestly, it made for really interesting role play.
Primeval sense as well, because you can detect undead for
Yeah.
a mile. Well.
But no, it made for really interesting role play, and quite a few dilemmas to be resolved and debated. So
Yeah,
that was
well
it, fun.
done. It's hard to get a session like that to properly work. So yeah, really well done.
Honestly, thought you'd just walk in and just like stomp on Friedrich at some point and just like be done with it. But
Fucking done.
there's a point halfway through that where you're like, yeah, let's kill Humberto. I was like, oh fuck, I need to quickly. I was like googling, like pictures of half-winged wizards and like trying to get all that sort of.
Oh shit!
Well, it was the one. It was the ambiguity, and the two, it was like we couldn't figure out. Yeah, was he just using the undead from like? Was he just using the already dead, or was he killing people and then reanimating them?
Yeah.
Like,
Passive
I thought
active
that what
necromancy.
was going on.
everyone seemed to have jumped to that conclusion straight away, but I feel like I was more like, well, we don't actually know that he's done anything evil.
Yeah, but why was everyone so chill about like people who've been dead for like fucking years just running about?
That's pretty saucy.
I thought
Everyone
the
in
village
town
is
was like, oh, yeah,
ominous,
turn around and
man.
working.
If you can work it less, it probably seems like a great thing. So.
True. Although I do want to know that book, because we don't have it anymore, so I'm totally gonna metagame and ask Crispy. Was that the one that we found in the Baron's, or just found in the Baron's estate?
I couldn't possibly reveal that.
Oh, doesn't matter now because we lost it. But I've been sat here the entire time.
Cal was,
and, like halfway through, I was like, shit.
I think Cal was onto it straight away as well. Just
it took me ages to remember where.
Yeah, I misremembered that bit about the fact that it was only
Triss sneaking around. Yeah.
I kind of missed up on that. But yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm onto you, Crispy. I'm onto you.
Well, you've got a few little pieces of a much larger puzzle, but who remembers that little bit of mythology that may or may not have been mentioned earlier as well? Because that you got a name drop.
Parthunia, yeah. Isn't that
See who can find a relevant bit of lore.
The original king of.
Yeah, the original king of the Parthunas. Surely.
You did read it.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like.
I can't remember where we learned that.
Come from? Yeah.
It was just a Word document that I wrote up because it would have been common knowledge in Parthunia.
Right.
In Parthunis, sorry.
He united like a bunch of clans or whatever.
Nomadic clans.
And then they built the city. They built the city of Bayford and whatever, and started actually.
I'll see if I can find that again, just as a word.
Yeah.
See if I can refresh a few memories. But
Thank you for writing that. It made the historic feat actually worth it.